wing. Na ebono nsia yebeko eye efikasiem eye peace 104.3 FM na yetimi ede eye kase ebo edi ni kan na yetimi di abremu nunsia epam soso a ebesan abetenase na eye Ghana muntie dwumadie no ebo krata na afedie yetimi adodomu suko na eye anotutu bi kura ane yebetoto eye nipa bi ano a yetimi atoto wo ma no na yetimi di abremu am say aka eye meeti edu emiensa na abo nunsia na emuo no ene abrante bi we teacher ni wo fi wodwa beba betenase na yedidi nkomo bebre efa ensema hodo a da honom nyina ne se eye amanyosemi yepedom ene eno mo aya amanyosem edom ensoso a ebetimi ama wadi eye wunua anim kan na akwakofa eye nkunimdi ede abrewo emunsem nene ede bedidi nkomo di yenhwe eframi a da kabrema mudu osioma eye me ofase mageri osajima na ono so ebetena mu ma akosi aboaji the darling boy na brichi boy ma abujen ma ene yeye ahoboa na yetimi akwakonom sikasa ehunti ena meso mediti ase anope ya utimini yenhwe Democrat Daily Graphic ena oka achire yene government should cut expenditure. IEA prescribes reduced spending on free senior high school national cathedral. Ose ene die aban ena animdiefo de ato aban nanim se sika wode bo oman ne ho bra yedie no da sika no onte so na wote so a ebi ne eye free senior high school yebeti sika yede ko hye wono ebi ne national cathedral yebeti sika yede ko hye 2022 BECE results out enkwada yewie JSS ne akotwero nwoma yebesina ko eye SS woni ensunsuanso a ewo ho no aba bededi osi finance ministry develops expenditure management guidelines Ministry of Finance omo ena aban fotosamfo omo nyina ewo enene omo ehwe se ekwane ye fa disika na ekwan bedam am ye ho ahare no omo hyase ede atu edwa Daily Guide akwantrefo no ana woni ede aba osi court threatens to strike out Agrada case nana Agrada atusias edua mama part and say afedie yedi ensemu a ewo court etwintwa nanamu na yepre ho akwache no afedie yemmo no kwadu na yemfa ne bone oyeye emmetudwa na yenkyere emra etiaye na yemfa danse a ewo ho soso emfamra afedie de yanya kyere na wie gu nanim ase awie no abe yintimi mfa ma na ye nsi ene ye beji da foforo ene be yisi ene se court no say se mo anhwe bibi yi a Patricia Sidua mama part nana Agrada obeko na ne fa ahodie otimi de akobo bra foforo Mahama snapped over Haruna shakeup. Or say John Dramani Mahama and ese ne die nipa bia ye na ne akire efa Haruna Idrisu yakwa akoyi nu se ye ma no enye kandini emma edom kuma no ewo mrahwebedwom na wode lawyer Duna wode nemfonni ede ato hase EC US envoy discuss elections. The Electoral Commission wani any America and musifwa ewo Ghana ha na akoshiemu ekwadwendwene yabato a edayanim eno na ose SES no womo atimi anya new managing director Inti SES if we new managing director and the same a board of directors a Ghana's premium high definition a satellite broadcast service provider and then AKWAFO ba fefe Adelaide Bill Williams edina ba be a new managing director. Ghanaian Times Ghana's most authoritative newspaper. Now, what's he saying? What infoni swafwa washen Samuel Abu Jinapo infoni abetua. Now, say for reducing emission from deforestation, forest degradation, World Bank pays Ghana over $4.8 million for first monitoring period June to December 2019. Say Ghana and they and from a 1 year BB Afremu yen tutua eba abra ye bunuya ahodo na ya say ye kwaye ahodo no na no ana World Bank so wo hwe say the Ghana is patoto no June to December 2019 na ho kakra mpewa aba $4.8 million. 39 Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute students remanded over vandalism in school. But danke to afile one ayeduamu ako school. Ewo Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute. Eba say one say yentimi antro yengum yensohwe ni yie na yebufu ye na yede kokoso ede essay oman ajapade tankwadai emu aduasa enkono yedom kogina emra no a George say yemfa yenkoto aban kukum usi se yebesan afre asem no ebiem. Students Loan Trust sets up digital payment platform for loan recovery. 1 year ye school for emrama ye kwan ema womanu etimi ema womu busia se yemfam ye ho brabra yesu ade ni ye wie na yese yempe sika ne mfa nkoto baabi a eda no no anade de eno so akọ digital ye gigi sika ne nyina. Daily Dispatch factually reliably factual. Or say Bawumia will be a good president. As vice, he is not really in charge. MPP's SB Yabua. Ayem Rashobejani and one tear subiem. Ewo Kofodria. Aye Makasibe Yabua. Talon. Anna Wabetna Aye Kasafidie. Aye Asempa FM. Na enkomodidi animo eno ne eda sebunsu. Philip sebunsu. Ekusi sen. Na Wabetna no. Aduasa abeka ne se Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia mampanyini na bedi akire nokwanie obetimi aye na mampanyini papa na se de sitie no mate ni yentamfa ka ne hyerensem na enunti na esede Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia enoma bi owa yen hunu ne yie se wo ye no no na ode ebaaye. Wahineba Matthew Poku Prempe speaks on Ghana's oil and gas industry. Aye. Wahineba, yes, racial forever no. Nipa bi ani abere agese. Ye watena ye ho no maba. Wahineba, wahinena wonko baby wa na o. The new crusading guide and wode aba. Or say NDC MPs reject change in leadership as they call for reversal of decision. Enfiensi enie eni se edom kumano wane panyina wotua no ohina no Haruna Idrisu Loyaduna eni se afedie yesi wa ye onko mobi mre bia enfiensi ano se debi eni NDC for ese yampene eni pay edom ni bi susu dudu anu ase wo mo pe mania case latu forcing and a dominant be and also in the case of the ano almost so mope aruna and then this for my yard papa Bia as a bana cancer sememo omo ka kohwe peteta kremu apede ye be ya woni ya ne beba baji bibia de aboso we that's on rampage at Tiptoe Lane. Attack owner staff of OA's phone shop was say nedie was breakete bantima ko tia katikati fo and say one abaji bibia aboso e wo Tiptoe Lane akusa Tiptoe Lane mampo jesi akosa baby ada nyame fa currency and it's a Tiptoe Lane when ye di nyambrasem honom eye kitikiti ebobo eye store bi mu ehun nipa store ne ne dia no ye pe no krate ne kono na we nyina eye asem kra ye nyina ye di so ana amabia gani chronicle ana ono soso wode aba na chronicle ana wadi mfoni fe kakraka no de atoa NDC in turmoil over mosquitoes reshuffle or say NDC and ne eye emu kiki adaje ni posube biada mema tiagumo ene ye yo na ye twintonton na eno ekowie se NDC amanyuko no Oma yen sachira yebi. Inu Safuseni defense reshuffle. Or say lawyer Inu Safuseni, former member of parliament for Tamale Central. Or say adiene ye. Geological Survey Department Director charged with fraud. Ni say Grimby Akwaso ama Geological Survey Deputy Director or Geological Survey Department Director. NNA yede no akọ gina emra ano ensemo efiri ya ebaye enanopa yawade opepon bosome ne de toso aduonu ensia afi empinu aduonu emiensa Thursday January 26 2023 ensemo de obokrata no de abani ma sese de yabaya hoboani akofikisiem na yakọ akọpe Kasiebo edikan kura na enu achire no ebonu nsia epemu a na amansa chiame staff sergeant Harrison Ford kwabna mafu na waba aba betenase na de obokrata awodo no yadoso eduso mu na dakabre mamudu usioma se interviews bi so no ho a usuniti nite yede ni nyina abebrew ansa na be ma ye wo firi wodwa ono so ebeba na yedidi nkomo ewo no ma ahodo enyina mu nti for now yankwai na yankunkutie Kasiebo kasiye no na yehu de yeye
Abono nsia peace 104.3 FM Suni omaima yemamachi anopa yi Kasiebo ayensa kan ne de bremo no na Kasiebo fi Peace FM so won kran esen nam okay 101.7 Nit FM 100.9 yenyina ye worship house Abeka Junction enkran and afi hello 101.5 FM enu so wo Kumase enu achi radio stations awudo bebre Kasie yi wo magye de petime domo anya bi atie won wa Ghana eni abrochira man so ensem aye bekan ni ensem awudo bebre e wo Peace FMonline.com honso kwa ubetie no watimi akenkan bi na Kasie de bremu mu nsem a edi akotire bi ni say
mani ababa dadwa se omusi embre bi ewo a ewo senka NDC mpanifo epese 2 anamonfa se omusi sama kandifo ma keso mhwo
Sasem kroya si wo NDC amanyokoma wo ye nsakremu yi enam so ma party ni ma wo mo ani anye wo mo ebuafu amu ahyeda trakrata de ko eye Kumase asenwase empesua so
yale mo ba ko NDC amanyoko no ma so eno so empanfo de krata pia ponten kirem anamo a wo mutu ye no
Assemblies of God so for powerful fra wa ban say anamo mampani abedi echie tu a wo ka akristofo ne soma do ne nyina abomu no eya namontu a edi asomdwe ba
Yadana say ball bomu so chan tournament ni gusu a ekoso chan tournament no Ghana wom nyame aduma ochinachi eno oman Ghana ibesi aka yetimi dimu kunimi dia na yaku anim
wei ani nsɛm kae bi ne aboa no anɔpɛ sɛ kasebɔ ɛwɔ Peace FM so won kran a yɛde ebremu na enyumaku a wo madaroma waso yasene me yɛde kaseɛ yi ɛba no ma yɛntie won
Suzy Herbal Center na daroma no de CB men capsules and CB women capsules odi aba ewiase de 7 predes emperfor kan a womwa se eduro bajewa atrema enti atre wo no guna na ekɔ na nsuoi ya ne topa ye CB men capsules and women capsules no onum bia eboa yie papa de edi obiam so CB soap semna papa bi odi aba na eboa ni padasani na mani kene padike ay kama ay no krasa JA Binding Company Limited Shishalai name of CB4 sa wo pedro ni bi ato a number ni 0247 111671 and 0265 0265 02465 78750 02465 78750 JA Binding Company Limited. Yes. Yeni mini papa na nyen so de yeni mini fritete. Yesu. Sa wo pese wo bubu anote wan say jana bia o veranda or offices. Use JA Binding Company Limited. Ne nyon mo power dia ba dwaso no bind stain remover enu die jai. Enke kan wa bi akeka o tiles so ni nyina ebekọ emefie nso ye hwam ema floors ye kama tarazo so bibia into understand bi o person fie ti wan say ye ne kokoam nwom baabia no JA Binding na bekọ okoma 11 na ubenya dodo atu China Mall Accra Mall ShopRite Game Center enso fre JA Binding 0541 808 096 0541 808 096 and 0243 104 883. Aveti, I to Swane Bema, dependable about home. A 1 year gin papa Bonuguna, na etu kwase, etu 3 diase, Sasabro enemy koto Metri Bramo, Nina dependable about home, Eddie Wendro Abba. Ubwa na posu tutuni ni koto na batwe na basa. Hey, nese ade baba eno ni nyina ehano esraw pedro bi akira kwan our dependable about home 0242 223555 0242 223555 and this chocolate drink join so share Ghana cocoa papa bi ne dey Fernando Pony dey free buy umenso share na ne na odi so nwu wona na afa ede amount enyuma kwenti ensam no aye krado yana moti ene akanka sebom yeme achenkwana na menum bremu na anwo fedua wadi ankan kwame yeboa na afi
ajuwa yeboa eje afi kasebon mu nsem no enie Empenifo moda Assemblies of God Ghana asori fekuo no ano etu anamo edi nsembia to dwa se Ghana mampania bedi eche Dr. Mamudu Bawumia na namo awo tu ne yoyi awo da na die no eboa edi asumdue ene ntiase eba esoma do no nyina ntem ewo man Ghana mu Reverend Dr. Seven Wengam ye ono no ye General Superintendent edi Assemblies of God Ghana ano en wode sanse to dwa se anamontu ni aprobo ya na mampania bedi eche ya wo ye Muslimu ni ya wako ewa Christopher aso da awudo mu no ewa Ghana fa na bia no wasi eyade papa na entansi waye de na ye anamonto papa wasi eya nwanwasam ya eboa emfaso oso fi se wo kwa wo ba nyina no enipa ni hunu na adwe no susu atwere agu nipa timu se ehia ma se Christopher nkamofo suma awudo ni nyina etena se ewa ba koye onuado ene asomdwie emu the amount this answer way to Jano and say, Wamutu and a more common penny abedi chiana so I Jubilee House abankesie mu on crying and then call boy and come and answer one in chain and sarre. Na no Assemblies of God Ghana so for pon Reverend Dr. Wingam Ekasano. What did you just say? There a son of Montoya Mampenia bedi chia etuino. A yadia a suon for so papa nipa bedia ebia what do we need a yaman yo and ni and a berry. Now one or ya Christopher one day yaman your someone and what wɔde hwɛ na mmom wɔhwɛ firi sɛ onuadɔ baako yɛ ne nkabɔ mu sɛde asomdue ba ma ne mɛma ntam ɛne nipa nyina ntam no saa ɛni no ɛna kristofoɔ deɛ wɔde hwɛ saa aprɔbɔ no na sɛde amanfoɔ nyina anim no Assemblies of God for asɔre no kɔyi ɔmo hyɛ mu kɛseɛ ɛwɔ Ogwa anase Cape Coast na ɔmo kɔto aba ɔmo cancel abadwakuo kɛseɛ na ɛhɔ na ɔmo to aba wɔde saa di brɛ kɛseɛ no ɛma Reverend Dr. Wingam sɛ ɔno na ɔmo yɛ sɔfo pɔn a wɔbɛda Assemblies of God Ghana asɔre fekuo no ano na brɛ a wɔkasa to na asɛm so no Dr. Wingam ɛde to dwa sɛ anamontuo yɛ amampani abɛdi akyire etui asɛ nipa nhwɛ ewiase nyina ɛhwɛ enipa nyina hunu na ɛbɛyɛ nhwɛsode ayɛ suade ama aman kaye atwa ho ahyɛ wɔ Africa yɛ toda obɛtie na egya damu na ɛsoma hodo mie no ɔmo de adwam so yɛ kum nipa yɛ hye dan yɛ sɛ agapade no ɔmo nyina bɛhwɛ asua hunu sɛ ehia ma sɛ nipa nyina atena so asomdue mu sɛ ne atwa kronkron no ɛka no Dr. Wingam ɛsan ɛde to dwa sɛ ɔmo yɛ asɔrefo a wɔdwene ɔmo ani yɛ die ho nti no dan no ɔmo ani di akyire no ɔde empaye ani akomapa so edi akyire ɛyɛ nkitawudi a Ghana ban ɛne International Monetary Fund IMF ADA anamo ɔmo tuo sɛnea wɔde sikasɛm ahotɔ bɛbrɛ ɔman Ghana no ɔmo de empaye ta akyire papa no wɔde di akyire nso yɛ wɔhwɛ ne ɛkɔ akosie Omampani abedi akyie ekasa edi ama womu akwaba no wakamfu Assemblies of God asɔre fekuo ne se womu ayade na omo ya asɔre omo dwene oman ne yedie ne mpuntu ho ampa enu nti na wotu ani hwɛ Ghana na eba nwasuamu a Assemblies of God fo nko asi school ahodo ahasa aduonum 350 schools and omo sie e Ghana fa na bia womo san enam enei abɛfo kwan so e de asempatre no ekɔ akyiri kanyamesam ekyekye nipa nyina wo man bia wose eya namonto papa ne behia se asɔre no ene aban ni nyina bɛka bɔ mo aboa na enei owie ne kase abeto oman Ghana so sikase mu no oman ni nyina bɛka bɔ mo ne apɛ na na mo sibra ne atumi atoto amayie atumi ato ayie wose wosrɛ se esomfe kwa ne nyina entina se wasomdue mu na ye nyina ye moama omankyekye dwumadie entimi nkoso jojo
yade mo kɔ amanyosem NDC amanyoko no mpanifo de krata pia bonten asa krata ori afa no Kwame governors Agboja ono na nensa ehyiase minority chief whip ena ndin ehyiase na de waka nyanse wo ma NDC amanyoko ni nyina adwo na ese no anadwo no na so mpia de tumwo na ose saa na motu a wotuei otu adi every minority leader opania imprempren on woda edom kumana no Ghana mrahye ena wode kase na obu ani die ena wode ma NDC amanyuko no na nasem waka nyina ne se Evisa party mpanifo ya wadwen se wasakra kandifo a wo NDC mu e wo mrahye no enipa wudo na ahyase e kire wona adwen ebi efo ade party mpanifo ya ne so ebi so emfo aso anu njina mpanifo ka sa sebi predo se wiase ba ye nyansa we eni ba kufu etrim na sebe okwahwea enu ose ne nyonko ne eneme na de waka ama wiase nyina atene se akandifo fura esi ayeyom so meda NDC amanyuku na no omini ononyamfo ari na Idrisu enra anopa omantimi na hia ato adwen pa nje ho agwagwa hia se emperifo wo party nim ene emperifo aka party executive ni leadership no omu be hia o party headquarters enei na wodi no to nche a sa adwumadi ga se beba so no omzo mama dwen se NDC amanyoko no atwotwo wura wo mra sebedwafie ni party ni panifo ene national chairman ombe hye nyankopon adma bosumi ayo omni de to so de asamba ako na eno na be bre a omunyina beto adwen na nyoma nyina konkan ene nti won a osusu se nkan se ene ya omutimi hya no ombetwentwen so na omode akwakwahye bosumi ni de to so aduasamba ako ena national chairman bedi animu omunyina to adwen do wura Kwame Agboja eka nyina ne se sabe amanyoko NDC ni wo de magana omutiri mu pono madwem pono se wo betimi aboa na party agina yie no matimi hwitiri tumi e de afiri nana adodanko akufu ado na tiri modern ene krono bo amamu a wode ebre Ghana na se kokoba se amanyoko etida si ayi party leadership edipa bi enfo asunti enko hwenwu dia na ede asam enenam enti amanyoko na chitafu anyina entaidi sanse okunkase edomanim se 2024 ombaji Ghana ede free MPP for nsem na nyansa ne nimde nyamede adomo mu no omo de abeye Ghana yie amaye
yet to Akasiabo no eso. And this Yamanyoko no nipa nyina te sen sakraye ebi abemu e wo makanifo no a wo moda manyoko no emu. Na enam so ma and this Yamanyoko no mpeso ye wasonwase e wasantimantemu no wo mo ani anye amenti wo moto anamon bi achese no kwasem nie sansakraye no maye wo mrase badwamu wo NDC mu no enya de wo mo ani gye ho kra na wo mo di petition agina so akoma empanifo e wasantimantemu ye regional office ya wo masem nyane se enya to enya ntua anamontuo no party empanifo atu no wo mo twensan Penifo no muda party na no parliament na yasesa won no wo mo nsanfo obi adi brema no ma etuo enkotwere nia eda sania Ghana fo nyina atie no na anu ada bena da ya January bosumi da neto so aduonu nan ena NDC amanyoko no ba bonte be ka se wo makanifo da party na no wo mrase badwamu no masakra mu ama enti mrase badwani ohwe adwumako enyan Empesua so your sign your finance committee of parliament mu bedwani ba kon Dr. Kesa atu forcing wano na sese de wababa be ye mrase bedwamu adom kuma no da no ni anase minority leader na chese Tamale South mrase bedwani Honorable Haruna Idrisu ya hono eti sese Dr. Kesa atu forcing na ababe di na de anase wabesi na naimu no eda nchen ya Wadi Honorable Emmanuel Amakofibua wano susu na ye NDC mrase badwani ohwe elembele wano hwe na ba besi deputy minority leader no anemu K2 North mrase badwani Honorable James Kluche Aveji wano ne yede na asesa no ana enu achi Honorable Muntaka Mubarak wano susu ye minority chief whip ye ono no ye mrase badwani wasonwase wano susu ya ho no ede Kwame Agboja ababedi nade enu achi onipa bi ti se Ahmed Ibrahim ani comfort ganza nom de wo mo di bra no mo kitam no wo mo da so ekitam bako ye first and bako ye second deputy whip wo mo mienu de yansesa wo mo sansakra ya ba NDC mu mrase badwamu yi NDC kuo ne fa wo asenwase wo kumase asante mantemu no wo mo twa petition dia koma party mpanimfo se no kwasem ne emu oya na nso bekwanim wo mo kase wo mo ne Jesus sign ho na wo mo boa na wo mo dada wo ho wo mo ni anye ho kra eninti Honorable Muntaka di bra no ya je no omo mpere toto mpere no omo sere mpanifo so we say de emu oya yensan fa na de ma no na etuo enkotwe nia ekire na ebra omo di petition ko ye no party chairman e wa Asante Mantemu Owura Augustus Andrews na nakwasi woro na ne nsa so mu no ka se no obi anka na koma entunu yam no omo de kwa kwa party mpanifo momo gira so atu eho anamo
Moya miza ebusuafo ya diagupondin esremo ya party no ewo ensiseye empanifo yeden ewom ya beka cham no se dia ehamo no mo dia yeden aba ya so ya behwe se eba kodi ye national executive mo kono ya pamocho ye pese ye behu se mukoye basabasa ye bia e wokrom because muko na mukoye basabasa na mutu aban emra aban ene mu be de ebedi ye sadia ne yempe abutra mwanya no munya sa abutra no petition no mesomeje na bebia ese ye de ekono ye betumi de akọ ama asumye aida aba ne ye kwan ya ye nyina ye beye adwuma na 2024 yetumi aba abamu se ye ya eko a 2024 ebe dia man nti beda mu na amase ani abutra anya moko no obia enye kom na abutre petition ne so en beko bebi a ensa eko na mu na amakuma eden atomo yom beda amase
nipa yeti wo mo kasa yi anapani anu wo kasa yi eye NDC amanyoko no chairman ansa dwomtani a owa Asante Mantemu na nensa eso petition mu na no wo kasa no Owura Augustus Andrews na nakwasi
Anya yamfa munko operi ba kwa senior political science lecturer University of Ghana Legon Dr. Kwame Asante enu enumre nsori na ya okese de cardinal ebo nkomo ewo no osi akase bom na Dr. Kwame Asante ekenya se we kenken kwa enkosi hu dede omo ye Asante Mantemas wasofo akwa regional head office se wo monye krata de ombeje enso mfa mobra ena zigbo mena na asambe na kan se ai se okọ NDC amanyuko ni mremu a ba bia ne we mra ne see the people ka kire party ma se empenfu da amanyuko no person yen sakraye wo leadership wo Ghana mrahye bedwafie wo NDC fo no nchen a enso mkobuso obi enti yandu omayo no omayo no zo obi antimi nwomu yo womayo pa na yo omayo ne se woma hwe 2024 abato aye beto no sikasem ne anyina monsem ensem aye ba beka enti wenyo woma bin wom na akwa obi antra wa anwa wo di 2024 za na akobu akam anu ze ato abaye hu demonstration akwaso akwanso enso tutum se na amafo so mu ni nyina so enti Dr. Kwame Asante de oso wo kan pain se anamona NDC amanyo company for etuye no emra ne nso mkete se oso mu ni party members esin konwa to adwen answer no matimi ade sansusu na batudwa yentie ne
ayamu ezane se amanya somo ba ne men etabata na da Indiana mama kwa se bibia no secret meba we se akwani abana na bana den enunti e bibia kwa ne biaba anya mama kwa kodoko jetu se rufe ndi to mra wodi ye kuma na mechira constitution na munya maka edini da bia se parliament ayin ora takrema wani ni pe bi ni sawo so kita munya ma wani ni student of democracy ni jetu mo se anka ne pa na se ekese anga wutu ne ni won pe ni Parliament. We did stuff in Sawaso, the Fasa, not the 89 of the conversation. Then, another one, and the matter so the data. Then, I think that you know, you did let me know the Pagina, also, women come, Asia.
Na wo wie no na Dr. Kwame Asante kache na ya kase se agree sesi ampanifo ofoforo amanyokoro mpanifo ayuom se omunya mpanifo omrahye bedwafio no hwe mantam no wefra santimentam wefri bono wefra tifido wefri mfinfin wefri frau hwe injakwa regional balance intia yepa
minority leader Muntaka ngumana wopo wone libe anyadodo na mumni akira ne se entuma nkoye nipa baako na metire mu de won ko fa John Mahama no ne Mahama Drisu mu nyina Saudi Arabia party no na hodin ni mpanimfu etua no sheki sa ahoro na usang ba parliament no mu se ermufu no yado nti aba na sa de se usakrem na esango nyina asem ni enti to usakrem a enya hwe nsakra ba mu na ayi wo ko manim edu ba bia wodi bi ba kwa ko chen ba bi won se wuti won kasa wo se committee no mu bra wo be sakra ni mu sa ahoro na wo kampo ma ni jeri se regional balance e be chipi na sita
eni amutie Dr. Asante
wie yeto akasebo no eso dwumakoyi a wo hwe ensohwe twere ho ntotoye so wa bibrem atoye West African Examinations Council anase WAEC wo mo do mo sa secretary ase dia babonten yo mo kanyina ne se BEC ye manu wo mo junior high school wo mo sohwe a wo twere no suku ahodo ne de ene de fa ne se private candidate for dia wo mo twere na fra se 2022 no ya wie ya maki awie e de ho sunsanso no aba abonten na ochemu a omo de sa ensohwe no mu anasa results no omo de nyina bekwa wo mo mansiri ene mantam wo mo offices ahodo wo ni nyina mu amobia ensa aka ne de wase wo mo from say private candidates no obi pese wo hunu ba bia ogira ye ne ensohwe no mu aye a obetimi akwa wayekefo wo mo website wayekgh.org na ewo okwa onsa ebeka na wase wo nso a wo free school bi mu na wo betro ye no wo ko school no ewo a onsa beka na se wayekefo wo mo website nso kwa onsa beka onsohwe no emuaye na sanya wayekefo kire mu nie wase afi 2022 BEC nsohwe no mo hyehye ye no enipa atwire won din ebaaye eba nkratam so mo betro eye empem ahanum aduonum mienu ahanu ene adwotwe nwotwe 552,000 288 candidates and omocho mudi se ochro ensori no na saa nipa yi emu empem ahanu aduoso nsia ahankono aduokono nkono eye 276,999 eye mema ena maso empem ahanu aduoso num ahanu aduowatwe nkono 275,289 eye ma eti dodo atwenche se na emema twoye no omodoso kakra bi sire ma omutwo din ekotro ensohwe no ebi enu achi waye ka chie mu se sa nipa dodo ye omaka so mo be register tro ensohwe no emu aduosia num 65 candidates eye won wasabi wo mo ani afra na se wo ani ho ehawo omo no dodo no mo ye aduosia num 65 ana nipa no ahanan aduonu nso 427 candidates womo ye won wasabi womo aso asi no mo ntime ente kasabia amo so danchen a enipa aduonu mu 954 bi nso no mo a no mo hia mo bi e wakwan bi so ansana womo atimi atro ensohwe no waya kese enipa 552,288 no a omo register no emu empemu nan ahasane nkono 4,309 omo ansi ho ya metranso no yenim so omo tu kwan yo se na BIAMAH ni bi afafuro se na bi yare yo se so omo sese amadwe yo enipa empemu nan ahasane nkono wo mo ansi ho ametro ensohwe no wase wo de wakan eye suku de na eba private candidates for no a enipa tro wo mo din eye apem aha ohane aduanan 1,144 candidates and a tro mo din a emu mema eye 641 na emaya 503 enche se no so na emema no do so kakra esne eba no private candidates for no so enipa aduawatwe 84 wo ma ansi ho omo registered wo mo din baaye na so hwe ne hyase no wo mo ansi ho a ma metro waye ke to a wo masem so no wo se ensori nso de twitwi kakra bi abeba beba mu na nanu a panimfo kwasi nkonwa bobo ho ano sei na akwakosie wase sukufo ni bi candidate no enipa ahanan ani edunsia na fe enipa miensa omusu private candidate omo results bi yatwam efize omo ba examination hall hono no omo de niam bia emra makwan hihye omo botom ade kwa exams hall ya nche se enye ade papa enipa no ba se aduawatwe aduasa nwotwe 38 school candidates womo so ya chi omo de na sensen ya hihye omo results mu kire se ya sibra omo transfer hwe no omo ya niam bia na ensem fata nti omo hihye mu na se eye no kra mpade a ye de asotwe se fata ede ama womo wasi sukufo ahas aduaso mi 73 school candidates womo so ya cancel womo results and say ya twam private candidates me no ya twam de mutinton tan de omo ya ne say womo kwatwa exams no mobile phone yi womo de show mata so ekọ exams hall ya trust ense so obiara adi mobile phone share botom ekọ ensohwe no wo se enu achi nipa be se duba kumbi enso de omo hwehwem che say yese enwiamu fitai omo susi so omo wiamu omo na sukufo no enya exams no eho entwe bia no waka gudi nu yasum no yaka bia gu yasum ti sa nipa no de ye hwehwem na se bo omo a ye de ho asotwe e de ama wo mo wose schools ahodo be se aduanan bi so emu candidate omo so de no ye doso no ahwehwem fi se ya ti se niam bi ankoye e won so hwe no twiro mu waye kere ne nsem ko awie no wose wo biara wo kwatwa exams ni bia ne memo bi na ada wo se tua sika ma me na metimi upgrade wo results na ma wo e bia wonya miensa metimi acheso aka se wonya baako anase memo akọ onim se ne wo kope suku mu kwan ya benya bie obi atimi ni sa adwuma ne ma obi kasa no ye na ada etu abakọ se obiara nhwe ye ana nipa bi ama meda da no wei eye krata efi waya kefo nchen aba ye omuka de omuka nyina ne se afi 2022 BC no omutwoye no ehun sunsanso no aba.
Yeah, Arishmama Uche no si akasebo peace 104.3 FM. Ya ome swaba.
Peace FM.
Amen. Yen some was say Nigeria as in the same. I see the say when the army in Johnson yen our herbal I send you na kunudie adasidie na asia any abasubodi nkwa. So once we share up on deal on power the abramanfo. Every so every asi. And here I dey say and start again. What didn't when the abrafo and video and here dey look for what time. I mean at the herbal akon modern was sent naturopathy and homeopathy kind that be a nyawa. Say, school from Amane, a sweat upon you, they have a stay idea, army. When Nancy, and I did me care from say, for my power, there may be so long, and I will get the job when I will make a dream. I love Shafi, when I'm in a Inshallah, I am Yaduma, I have something back. Anyone don't make no Also, Modern Branch Walk Lagoon, Tama Road, Frey, 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254. Government Scientific Labor Hospital.
So, I come out show. And now about peri the Bronican hard burn one. At the end of the Sawaye, that's how young sweat to Musway.
Woba packing a farmer, Martin's liver salt, Tetrakway, and Tem, as she and Shagu glass more at a Martin's liver salt, no back one, no dear goom.
Uba who say, who a glass in the moon. Now one no. Martin's liver salt, you want orange flavor, and a bacosia plain.
One more, Hobato, Nemum Edina, no, now home to war, who doctor.
The local chef for this corner home appliances or the back for this corner home appliances center. Home appliances are a papadia, a big home, Bransbane, Media, Samsung, Carwell, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and media keka home. We are a good warranty dear. For this corner home appliances who commemorate CCTV a BIAMAH monitor properties, new business at anywhere in the world. CCTV and need a home, a detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector, which I connect to my phone. I monitor baby we are CBR. Freddy's Corner Home Appliances are back up Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or Tom phones and their home accessories. For 0544 959195 and 020793733 and also Boko Comemorate Satellite in Chehwa. Now I can discount any achadia. Freddy's Corner, home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Peace FM.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Yeah, busia ye mamo akwaba ye to akase bo no so. Menteme nwase bi koso wa mienu ntem wo Africa. DR Congo na Rwanda. Sa mienu omo ntem onwokra. Enso mo ebo ho omo ehye e do omo mienu ntem anche so omo tare ho pe. Na wasam fufura betomu ni se DR Congo fo de omo wiem hye kuma bi enna na mo wiem Rwanda fo se ade ti mo to mo wiem hye na ye wiem ana mo de afise wiem no kwa ya toto hye Ghana ye wa de Togo wone de obi a wone de enti sa wotra hye na oba ne de mu a na che se ono no wato mra wo mo ne mu nti ye enti ade enti ana mo de mo wiem hye e be fa ye wiem e wo Rwanda eno enti ma de akokosi se Rwanda fo hu se DR Congo fo wiem hye na mo na omo ma to so na 10 womo te no na jada wiem hye ni mu no ene tatata omo wobre omo wiem sa na omo de be si fo mo eja to mo mo kofa odum jafo baaye ansa no mutimi adum wiem hye ni mu eja no sa asemi ama ade no emu asan ayade papa fi se we ntene ho ase we entene ho ase we de subo obo no yonko we de subo obo no yonko ti sa wo hwemu a ne chese de yakoso nyina ne se DR Congo ani Rwanda mani mienu no omo ntam anyo sabre
Any a ball bo China, China tournament na ye bono. And about the Ghana ye Bobby. Now, quarter finals no ye jimpa. Ochrechi memeda and a Ghana airbo. I'm a voyage now against a Ghana to meet the Munkunumidia. Nancy any man ye kono. Nano born your boy no first match. Morocco 4 Mobi into Yenya 3 point. Second match and only a hair. There's also many a chunk of only a papa maniso and your dear baby doing tea. Now me adma watching and the Black Galaxy. One more answer at the Epim so Algeria. Obi Maiso.
Yeah, abusua na kasebo a de bre mu no asi na kenkanfo akote ye ne anope ya joa ye boa agei na
anwo vedia wodi ankan kwame ye boa achenkwana na enum bre mu na monja no zuo ze nyumakwe na boa yen yo ene de nzam bre mu o dependable heba home o nukure trodo so mo de nupa ba adwa so na nu na manfo no mo no emu adanse eche kuroi enti osukopa binom. Yes, capsules here to pay Mr. Ezuo into winya be boss a proboa na ona okrono. Anybody said one more din here and is a wabazu to 2 don't pim ajo de patapano over day. Na is a winya dependable about home. Umundu ni bi. Number is 0242223555. Susie Eba Center, in Runina Fieniwo, on to the CB man capsules, and CB woman capsules. Yabubia, Naya, or the idea is a Bama ideas or Banzoe. National so says soap in idiot. Ah! A man now we are corner your fat 0247 111671 and a 0246 578 J.A. Biney Company Limited. Mr. John Biney and the 27 J.A. Biney. And no air at him Adumasa de she. Na Ushan Yama Papaya ye ewana braboma. Wagana papa. Any power from Newman and the product a beggar so a jawaju and so form. Any on to a can go so. Now come, now manfato, papa, say Tarazo so, ties so, wabuano, offices, schools, a fear, bebia, saying Kikabia ties.
The best station in the capital.
What do you use to J.A. Binding? The product nibi, buying stain remover. Share a baby saying one. Eddie Freewo, baby, about to say wine, nanim, hospitals, clinics, hotels, a one from to be a Toby. Ghana had ye, me nim do a 2 year your mapa, I have fast a de perform ne offices, H&J Biny, Ubia 20%. I hope a beer transfer, China Mall, Ebioho, Malcolm, Ebioho, ShopRite, Game, and the account. Number near 0243 104 883. And 0541 808096. I don't pay anything to Tom. Adentia. Minya this way no more. Me breaking me more this way ni bimra. Over to Gumbe Sound. Emu beda kama. This way chocolate drink. Do here any sushi. Yamamu mo any tia adeshe. Abuafu abua yenso. Isaac Opoku Danger Boy. And an ananta fraheka. Micha ura pious bay to Bansing. Car phone the otibim.
Welcome to Thursday morning.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya jon to ma miensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We den kan no ntumi wo ho. Me be mo anu nso wo hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom won. This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha be pe baba aware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ya sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti anu a he se kire wom kokoo wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA anhwe se adwede nkratoe mo agye atum se eye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
We have seen some reports on mainstream media and on social media giving us an indication that the National Democratic Congress as a political party has reaching to the Speaker of Parliament to make some changes in your leadership in terms of Parliament. What is the true story from the perspective of the leadership of the NDC?
Thank you very much. It is true We've issued a letter from headquarters signed by General Secretary, the new General Secretary, Honorable Fifi Fiavi Bote, communicating formally to Mr. Speaker changes that we have made in our front line in Parliament. That is indeed true. And the new changes will bring on board Dr. Kesela Tuforsen as the new minority leader, Honorable Ama Kufibwa as the new deputy minority leader, and Honorable Governors Kwame Agboja as the new chief whip. And then we maintained Honorable Doyo Ganza and Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. So this make up the new list of leadership in Parliament.
There's the obvious question as to why the NDC is taking the decision now.
Well, there are two questions. Why we are taking the decision and why now? And I guess the answer is the same. We started reorganization of our structures to be able to position ourselves to fight election 2024. We started that more than a year ago. We started at the branch level. We've since done elections in about 40,000 branches. And then from there, we proceeded to constituency level. We've done largely with all the constituencies, and then we've done regional elections, and we just completed the national elections. So the next in line is to take a look at our leadership in Parliament, and that is what we've just done. So in terms of timing, it is in line with the way we are prosecuting the national reorganization. And in terms of why, it means what it tells you is that the only constant thing in nature is change. And so since the environment is changing, leadership and many other things must change along the new environment. We know, for instance, that going into election 2024, the economy is going to be the major battleground. And so many of the debates and other discussions will focus on the economy. So you better put your best man in the economy forward. And that is what we've done. And then we also looked at energy, you know, this petroleum and electricity challenges. And so we needed to settle on Kofi Amabua, our former minister, to be the deputy minority leader. And then the other area is infrastructure, and Kwame Agboja being our man in infrastructure should play a key role. So that generally is what informed the changes. But there are other things that are coincidental. You take the leadership of Parliament, we are bound to organize ourselves in such a way that by and large we provide for regional balance and other balances in our ways of doing things. And so since it is very difficult to get representation of 16 regions in 5 appointments, you need to do a lot of mathematics. And our view is that the balance cannot be secured with only one segment of the party. So the elections have turned out certain leaders. We already have other leaders that are already existing. And then also, if we are doing appointments, we take all these as a whole to try and see how we can get a fair balance. When you look at Western region, it's one region that has not been represented on the front bench. for a long while. I remember when we were in 92 thereabout, 93 thereabout, that we put somebody on the front bench for a while, and that ended it. So it's a significant region that we need to look at. So when we got the combination of Kofi Amabua from Western region, and he being also very conversant with the energy sector, we thought that it was a good choice, so we put him there. Central region is the same. As for Central region, I think we have there too for a long while. We haven't gotten a leader there from that time. Since the time of, I think, Amabenyuado also, we have since not gotten anybody from there. And so we felt there was a need to do this type of spread. And then when you look at the two regions that give us the highest number of MPs, Greater Accra and Volta region, they definitely have to be represented. So you have Doyo retained, and then you have Kwame Agboja also being appointed. One will ask why, because we have Dr. Aveji as a deputy minority leader then. Dr. Aveji has just informed us that he's not contesting elections again. But the good thing about this leadership is that it adds something to your weight, so that apart from your own constituency, you can also reach out to help other constituencies. And so if you have an MP who is no longer contesting, we felt that it would be better to put an MP who will be contesting so he can reach out to other constituencies and support. And so, but a point that we need to make is that the change has nothing to do with the performance of the leaders at all. What it has a lot to do about is that the environment is changing. And so if you are a football coach and the team you are facing and the game style they are adopting is not in keeping with the players you have put out there, you will do yourself a lot of good.
I was just about going to that point, because the description in the media is that there is a revolt in the NDC, a reason for which you're changing the first two men at the forefront in Parliament. Have you spoken to these gentlemen involved, and do you have their blessings?
Yes, we sent a senior person in the party to engage them and let them know that this is the way we are going to handle it. Naturally, it will not be a pleasant news, but at least you need to give them the respect. So we communicated to them before writing the letters to them. And apart from the letter we have written to Mr. Speaker, each of them has been written a special letter acknowledging their contributions whilst they were in the leadership, and then thanking them and assuring them that the change has nothing to do with their competence or otherwise, but it has everything to do with the changing times and the changing field. And so that's about it.
General, you are one of the longest serving party officers of the NDC. Some say we've never seen this in the history of the NDC, and that it is not strategic for you to take this decision with less than 2 years to the next general elections. What would you just say to someone who would term this decision or this new appointment as not being strategic enough for the NDC?
I don't know what is not strategic about this. You say you haven't seen it in NDC. You haven't seen 2022 in NDC or 2023 in NDC before. This is the only 2023 that you are seeing. And so it comes with its challenges. I have indicated to you the chronicle of, reorganization events from branch to this level. And this is the best time to proceed. And so that is what we have done. But opinions are like panties. Anybody has theirs. So I guess people are free to hold their opinions.
So let's explore one of such opinions, comparing Haruna Idrisu and your new minority leader, Dr. Kisalato Forson. Many believe that in terms of the weight, the charisma and the following they have, you would want to choose Haruna over Kisalato Forson, for instance.
I have indicated to you why we are choosing Kisalato Forson, and I don't think that there's the need to rehash. And there shouldn't be any reason to compare them. We are comparing them on what basis? One is a finance expert, the other is a consummate lawyer. So are you going to compare them in the legal field or finance field or what? They are different people, so they cannot be compared.
How about Muntaka? He's someone who's credited for giving you a good chance in Parliament to control the House. You recall what happened? You were there yourself in the chamber when he captured that sacred ballot for the NDC. Many say you're not rewarding him enough by this very decision to take him off.
That was the need for that term, and he as a leader proved equal to the task. There are different sets of needs now, and different sets of talent must come on board. So that's all.
Let's look forward to 2024. The NDC wants to recapture power. The NPP says they are breaking the 8. Given this new set of changes that you're doing and a number of reorganization processes that may come up in the coming days, are you certain that the NDC is on course for victory?
That is why I indicated to you the reason for these changes. We are saying that the debate is going to be on the economy. And so we put our best economic foot forward. And so it tells you that we are doing this thing with an eye on victory in 2024. So everything we are doing is towards 2024. If the nation is worried about the economic circumstances, they will take a decision to change if somebody is able to offer them hope in a better government that will produce a better economy. And so you will be remiss if you don't demonstrate to the electorate what alternative you have by way of the urgent need to fix the economy. And so you can only do that when you put your best economies forward. And to tell you what, releasing Ato Forson from the ranking membership of finance will also unearth, Honorable Adongo. So you have two key fighters in Parliament. One is fighting as a leader, the other is fighting as a ranking person. And I think that when their powers combine, it's only Captain Planet who can challenge them.
And I recall that when you were elected yourself, some were comparing you to the other side, which is the NPP side. That would equally be done for your new leadership in Parliament. Looking at your good friend Osei Chairman Sabunsu and Alex Apanyumakin leading the NPP side, are you certain that your new leadership can do justice?
Well, I'm not going to assess the performance of my opponents. I want to believe that our set of leadership will be able to match them very well and even overtake them. And so that is our belief, and that is why we've made the change.
General, I'll take your word to the grassroots of the party, but even before I do that, some of the MPs we've spoken to say they've not been, quote, consulted before the announcement. Are you communicating that to them officially so that they respect the new set of names that you have put across? And what will be the next steps in Parliament as you expect it to be?
That will be done when they come back. We'll be meeting them. You know, there is the type of consultation that happens immediately after winning elections when nobody is in position and you are setting up. That one, the nature of consultation is different. When you have people in positions and you are considering their removal, the nature of consultation is also different. And so the nature of consultation in a reshuffle or pending a reshuffle is different from the type of consultation you have when there is no minister at all, and you are going to consider candidates for ministerial appointments. So we'll be meeting them.
Your final word to grassroots of the NDC who are seeing this new changes coming. What would that represent?
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
You see, sometimes when
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
but when you need you, sometimes as a leader, sometimes strike even when people don't expect it. I don't mean no. Mean Uncle say you change only when the person is not doing well. Okay. You don't have to. At least me person remember example from our side. Remember example from the other side. Me kaifa President Kufo Honorable Yaosafoma from Finance Ministry to Education Ministry. It didn't mean that Yaosafoma was being as a finance minister because so the changes of this leadership, the Haruna leadership, doesn't mean that now Omum performing. No. To my best of knowledge, and make us say they have done their maximum best. But part and it's a party ever take a decision now. You will have to take decisions that because at this moment for the next general elections. You be parliamentary candidates and flag bearer. Now you are appointments to other areas. So we need to be preparing towards the next election. So every strategy, every decision is towards that process.
Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie. Ghana Muntie.
enka awurade eye adekese a waye ede amayen Reverend Lenny Akpadi ede se oka ede ekire yen na yei ana kwabnamafu ebusa eye mrashobedwani osi alaji na eye MPP for ensachira ye ya NDC for ensachira ye ya wo maye alaji wodwene ho sen abnamafu no ena alaji se minu ya bema de NDC hwehwa ani to me na sabiaku wo ba wanyinsen na wo kwa awo so de wo hwehwa firi awurade ho ne se saa wo ba no won hye pieto abna kwabramafo na wo interview mrashobedwani so ye na alaji na kwabramafo busa ne say na alaji ensachira ya NDC amanyuku aye wo mrashobedwamu no alaji na odwene ho sen ya alaji mu ayen wo say minu ya bema die NDC hwehwa ani to me na wo ba wanyinsan no wo sere awurade se obeche ne ba no woda won hye pieto ana kwabramafo se busa se na alaji upese o kire sen eno se hunu eye otoso mfaso osi se pompo bebo oto o se wotu hunu otoso mfaso osi se pompo ebebo oto ana kwabramafo se alaji etim bie mamintie eno se se kromfo ofi wano a chase ne kinka wose tutua wanum ya from da kabre mamudu osioma na Ghana muntie adwumadie na ene ya wo eye opepo boso me ne de totum aduonu nsia yede ebremo na eye kwabnamafo therefore na watimanim hase ya da bokrata no obedomu asuko na yetimi ehunu ensemfua no ye firi ni baabi a ekro ye nyina ye hunu baabi a de fufu ebeko akwakobo na adwumadie production si anyini kwadwo dame adone na so ema kentinka anopo awio esuomu osai se eye neat atiefo de obesom moda enunti na Pentecost nyame eso kano na kwa firi yesu na ebu ni chidom na technical production no abna firi ma bankro yesane mrane se mara michi mafa ono na nana ya asafo wo mo hwe se social media handles awodo obeti yenka sa no pay ye de benia ye kwanye emphasize da so emfama engineering group fo no enye wo mo a enka nei wonti ye ne amakwabena wonti de ehye ne bo a oba beka yaseda ne ko ema engineering group no achuagbo walker ti akwa na jare na na bo aje ada sankro ma yesane mrane de nyina se simpro afi facilities for no omo na amade mo aso ya yehwam ama ba bia surfaces nyina emfuturo bia ne ya efi bia ne ya damp bia ne ya se emfase damp fama big solo na dada na yaw na Godfrey yesane mrane se Ubrana na DJ Mapuna DJ Bosco na Mills so yesane mrane se tetai numwe we be a right Kabne
ofenie
Kabne
ofenie
Kabne
of
hey
aboko de
awobo ade adawroma tese make mani aguso na abo no mienu
hey
yamesa ye maduma meti mani na kamiti edunum na abo nonum yes ya pia hwani
wafa wada we de sasa utowa na de ati utowa na de ati basi nimpodi na nkatumi twe kakra basi sie de utowa
akoko dantema wonyama ne chinchine bibiri no de ko wiwa no
de asembeba
utowa
na de ati wafa na nsuo ya toda be ase wiemu ya hyedodo
enura atowo dwoso enrechi etowo takrade yɛda hɔ no
ane ankran te sɛ awurade ho yɛ mmɔbɔ na wɔtɔ nsuo ma yɛ because yɛho dwaa yɛn
saa
ɛhyew na no ɛden
saa
dabi wɔfa yɛntumi kura wodware wie kura still na ɛhyew de wo wode nsuo aka wo ho no o na ɛhyew de wo ɛhyew na no ɛden awurade ho yɛ mmɔbɔ na wɔntɔ nsuo baako no bi ma yɛn na ano ɛden dodo ɛna mfuturo no nso ayɛ bebree dust no ayɛ bebree ufa ha enie ufa nti nsuo no gu kakra danka wie mu ayɛ yi kakra
mientie we na de bokra da won saka ye de wo mu
abusiafo de bokra ta ya friend say telegraphic no na me de mamu ache eno anso na me de mamu akwaba wode Dr. John Kwachi were director research Institute of Economic Affairs papa na ya no wetwa ponke kakra bi ta na pempem no ono na asem na meken wada hanum sei ayiyefo ana wo mu kasei omusu omusra Ghana mampeni His Excellency na Nana Danko Akufo-Addo say sabi yenya bawu nkodi kurasam sabre bebi a yedru unim sa ho kyeraba ema nkofo pensioners-fo nketo mpo sa wo tase a wanso wa expenditure ya wudie wo budget ya wudie no wanso te so na budget no dɔɔso dodo entitete wo budget no so afei free senior high school ebetumi atem na abanta no wanso mfa kanibi atan say yebeso asika da bia a free senior high school de atoso bio national cathedral enya bibia ye emergency ena nya ade ehunhia say yensi national cathedral urade bebo yen urade wa mabo yen bible no krampo eduru baabi ya na yesu okwato oba no wasubura no ho a wakaso wama ne nsuo ni bia wase wone hwan no waba abesere me nsuo wone ne di nkoma kwa atira wakasa wo yodifo na tete kura ya ka se ahanum se ne ya nananom be sore ye ene yesu ka tense da bi sabre die ewurade no yansom no obia baako wo mu eno ane wakoma mu international cathedral no a mampeni esinketia sesia no obesie ya woso asika gum no enya priority enya de ahia pote se yensi national cathedral semeto ye enti ano nso on suspend afei 2022 BC omu resort no ababonten enti ubetumi akwa wo de attorney general ena ye bisa no homosexuals fo ni gay fo nsem yi a akoda parliament en wotre se oman no de ya wi ataso si abebu obi aho ban se nipa kura ye gay so ya lesbian yo so ya bisexual so ya queer sankofo ni nyina sase obo wo mu ho ban na obi entietia wo mu fa ahudie so a Godfred Yabo Adame ena de asem ya tudwa finance ministry and what else about the developer expenditure management guidelines ya de bia no an wo de banso sika no wadi ma no bro so finance ministry expenditure management guidelines ya ebebo ne sika ho ban World Bank for ana wo mu reward aman bia what say emission bia wo mu redase ye no wo mu ebo wo no mu abaso afei telegraphic tese urade ya adomo a wotena bebi a wode beba eye Sangnalugu constituency wo profile a wode beba no ehwa ne yebenya ati afri na Ghanaian Times de bokata nanim ha World Bank yo ena Ghana kura sei saa wo mission asem ya na mekan wo mutre se wo ba Ghana ha ya kwaye no saya ne yese no forest degradation no yes no na enum wo ba bi kura metesi ase am obi sika so won kwaduadua nua e wo kwaye nim na yansan ne kremu se kosi se yo ɛno ano yɛyɛ World Bank for $4.8 million ɛna wɔn de ma yɛn sɛ yɛnyɛ deforestation ɛna forest degradation sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ adaate yɛn nkwa amebie yɛn nsa yɛ kwaeɛ no nyinaa nti sika so far yɛn nsa tumi akanie. A student loan trust wɔn set up digital payment platform bi a ɛyɛ loan recovery a wobɛtumi akɔ hɔ. Krobia Asante Technical Vocational Institute student no 39 ɛne ya remind wɔn kwaeɛ basabasa. Afei Ghana Health Service a record wɔn tell sɛ kwata no foforɔ bi aba ɛyɛ new leprosy cases a spreading temper wɔn record 221 enti wote wɔ na sɛ hu sɛ wɔn nsa keka bom watu America na fakɔ na bi a na yɛ kwata ne bi ɛna ɛpɛ sɛ ɛyɛ woɔ.
Tabra
Ofa
Dr. Kesel Atoforsen ni be medua sakura ye watwro ede abani ose anuanom me eye aniche na me bre me ho ase agitum wa awuradim se mama nyoku ayi me se me na me metua edom na no ewo mrahye bedwam me da empanimfu a wone etua NDC amanyokuo no ano na omanye gidie bi ewo me mu na me di aseda nso so emma menuanom a ye wo mrahye bedwam ene NDC anyini ene akoda ene ganafo nyina samuta amanyokuo na kire na majibre ene menua Hanyini Haruna Idrisu atwetwe nkomo na mebo Haruna Idrisu abaso adwumasom a waba beye ede ama eye amanyokuo yi akwanya eba na kwan mu a osom NDC amanyokuo na sesesi amaba beye kandini no eye masede sede NDC ehwehwe ewo mrahye bedwam no eno ene makoma so ade a na yere da nyina na mama ho ate mankeka anwa bia so ema ho na me wogidie wo makoma mu sɛ me ye ne sɛyi na menya chitafo nso so a adwuma no ebesi ye ade amayen onyankropon onhyira de ye nyina ye yeso Dr. is Atoforsen the newly nominated minority leader and a mapa edwuma ko besianse no ofi and odi abai kwabra to aso
sayemra sebetene wo mako
siam
edwumako enya
siam na okosua de ewo South Bank University ewo London that time no the first degree no accounting and okosua ye ena okoye second degree ewo University of Oxford and so taxation ena okoye ye ena wabasa be another second degree ewo Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and so first kanto to ye ho ena fe wo pagya mu ama wodi kosi ye ebe ye PhD ewo Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and so ye sika entutue emu Atoforsen for you
of one was say all kind nasem say didia omanya wonimu a trust of us say obinya wo mu didia e mani pakron sense for say obi enya wo mu didia e mani pakron sa ensifom ti said ye ono ankasa kasa party fo ne enya ni mugidie no onkura sa gidie no a womanya woni mu no na wonfa nkosi ema womunsa ensifom esanse empenisi ye di jawa na ye di asoa wo said ye ono aka no ofa wonfa wose anyu woyo
afei ne nkurɔfoɔ so bɛtotɔ ɛyɛ data 11 cedi na yaba bɛnum ama yɛtie pusamu akɛseɛ afei na sɛ nkekaawa bi wɔ ne ho a yɛbɛyi di aba
wɔfa nti na meka sɛ sɛ obi nya te sɛ deɛ na ano obi ne obi sɛ kokoa mu di nkɔmmɔ na wanya nipa koro mu didie na watam asɛm no na wɔde abɛto abɔnte obi nya wo mu didie a ɔfa men disappoint nipa koro no obi nya wo mu didie a men disappoint nipa koro no because wɔno a ne kasa mu no wɔse didie a wɔmanya wɔ ne mu ya wɔn de saa dibere ahyɛ ne nsa so sɛ nkɔfoɔ bebrebe nya wɔn didie de bibi ahyɛ wɔn nsa don't disappoint them.
wɔyɛ meyɛ nkɔnkɔ yɛ interview yi mmra na bɛrima yi ɔno ndc amanyɔkuo wakasa de ama ndc amanyɔkuo no da bɛrima yi wasom na mpanyini dada a wanya ne baabi korɔ AJ Rollins akasa ama no ɛda bɛrima yi ɛkɔpere sɛ ɔbɛba mmerɛhyɛ badwam ama nyame yɛ n'adom watumi aba mmerɛhyɛ badwam a wɔgyina hɔ ma ɛdɔm a wɔne ɛwɔ buem tɔhono nti kyɛ sɛ ɛbuem yi na wobɛfa ne sɛ ɛgye ase kan hɔ nom ɛna kyɛ sɛ ɔwɔ yɛfrɛ no owura Kofi Adams na yɛne no ntwetwe nkɔmmɔ ɛkakra agovi yamuache
ya me nua me jodo me chia wetifo anofe
die akoso ɛwɔ NDC emu sɛmpanimfoɔ atimi ahwɛ amansakyerɛyɛ aba sɛ yayi ɛyɛ owura Haruna Idrisu na yayi ɛyɛ owura Muntaka Mubaraka na ɛho kasa tentene no Kofi Adams wo de toto ebra papa jonkofoɔ wo yi ne finance minister yaw Osafo Mafo ɛde the late Kwajoban Redo replace no kyekye mu kyerɛ yɛn senti ana wo yɛ sa mfato yi
yo me da sidu no kre say party mpanyinfoɔ ayɛ bi ɛwɔ NDC parliament mpanyinfoɔ na nsɛnkyerɛ no baeɛ no na comment bebree ɛna na ɛdi akyi ebinom feel sɛ yɛn colleague ɛne emia Honorable Haruna Idrisu ɛne ne team anyɛ adwuma ɛno nti na yɛsesa hɔ ɔmo abɔ naba ɔmo yɛ si na ano yi ne mu no ɛna mema ɔmo ɛnya nteaseɛ sɛ clearly no reshuffle na akɔ so anaa de propose reshuffle for leadership ɛwɔ yɛn caucus no ɛnyɛ because obi anyɛ ne dwuma yie because the same leadership in this 8th parliament and on Moody and Nima get to aba Kenya every party a majority and a ben for the first time. The two and a more including even rejecting a budget. And say a budget now a buy a tidra more yet come once a mass cabia. I do think a bank or the Aquakoma Cathedral, you Penifea, the Emma Yaka, once a mass, they call for purposes of communications, any routes, young fan for Cathedral. 11 years, Yaka once a month, Yam pass here. In this year's budget, we are much a buyer and arguing or reduce the 11 from 1.5 to 1%. Now we need threshold level and the woman say no one see the cry, I bet you with 11. Same leadership at the name. Yakone, Emma threshold of 100 CD per day.
San Edibaye. So you reduce percentage to 1%. And many other sources. So almost to say no, because Omoanye was a year. But party no exist say you pay nyama ebeboa Oman Ghana in a significant way. They are able to hear as far as the numbers, any your strength now you work after the 2020 elections. You be sure yeah. Then so election for either you need. That's how elections now either you need. You put a say the bidding so that enquire that's blocking a little. But say Ubenya numbers are ebema NDC ababe abai na enyama kesi enemy a ese patano na ya yam no ama Ghana full ya hunchre a bom so ubetu anamo a wanamo fuo no o say directed towards the objective of 2024 elections and yet any more about anyhow we are managing it. So this proposed two leaders now if parliament or mubeda in member of parliament now. I intended or mubetwa a juma this current leadership and our outgoing leadership area. Now almost the additional groundwork have a couple so that Aboa party.
Didie nti ɛna na wode ɛbra dwonkofo ɛsesa yɛ asafo mafo na wode yɛ mfato
ɛno nti na mede ɛno yɛ mfato no sɛ yɛsesa nipa a ɛnyɛ because nipa no ɔnyɛ adeɛ because after all abra yɛ asafo mafo yɛ finance minister no yɛn nyinaa data figures na ɛwɔ hɔ indicate sɛ the economy wasn't bad. And so, Omampini Kupo Essan, when you know dance ministry, and the Liverpool by. So, reshuffles by themselves, and ye reshuffle but only because the panel are yet. A bit of what Penino will be when who loophole be ahead of us, often say, the offer from bar. Saa ejuma na ɛda yɛ nimi no nipa no betumi ayɛ no bɛta nti ma memfa nipa no mmra na menyi eyi so mfa nkɔ another area na ɔno so yɛ den ɔnkɔboa ɛwɔ that area panyin no ɛna ɔno ɔwɔ saa information na wonsesa nipa just because nipa no nyɛ adeɛ ɛwɔ baabi ana nipa no wɔ wotumi sesa nipa no based on a strategy ahead of you.
Na say ɛna ɛteɛ deɛ a wobusa ho sɛ enipa num ɛna constitute the leadership a yɛka ho asɛm yi ɛyɛ mmienu Haruna Idrisu ɛna ɛyɛ Imsavage ɛna ɛyɛ Muntaka Mubarak ɛna ɛyɛ Comfort Doyo ɛna Ahmed Ibrahim nipa yi enum yi baako ɛyɛ James Aveji ɔno a na ka sɛ ɔma parliament bi mu nti ne kyete behia sɛ ɛwɔ sɛ mutimi ɛsesa no mo retain Comfort Doyo ɛna mo retain Ahmed Ibrahim nti sɛ ɔhwɛ mu di a ɛsɛ nipa mienu pɛ ɛyɛ Haruna Idrisu ɛne Mubarak Muntaka ɛna mo asesa wɔn na no ne amaabo ɛne ntonton ɛne atwedebo ya na
well very clear say eno na make an earlier na the reshuffles no a strategy enter bia on the 25th of October Parliament 2022 parliament resolution no yenya MP a omo can before a press conference the finance ministry eduma omo ye no amagana iku oman no and the finance minister any another minister or charge of financial services anyone in freedom
ye can say what say a reshuffle and a strategic adenti ena ebema sa sachira no mo ya nipa bebo ma e wan DC mkowie say even deputy general secretary wakotena brosan so tamale radio tamale ama nipa akoto ahye no so akobono adenti na wose sa maabo no ebemu if indeed some carry the rank and file of the party na yes our reshuffle no strategic
eno na make that press conference now omo ye no reaction from some other person omo either sympathizer of the na ye recommend say you want in favor so who be ye reshuffle enya dia ebeye obiade so some people will react differently but example now woman ye no enra mene Mustafa Bande ekasai osi obia ameye de bia na mrantie bi ba ho onu osi pom enu onu kokasai according to them no omu say omu ati say NDC apam aruna issue if we party and he told them no there was no such thing a party before no one take decision say omu ye rich after. Now, beyond that, here is and I'm right here on Mokoy, and also Otina and the car or drive me for the hotel DDR. So there was nothing that was done against the deputy general secretary. But Omuti said, they wanted some clarification and on Mokoy. But as for press conferences, statements, demonstration here and there. About the poor sympathizers and supporters. Me, I mean, I can say, I wish say maybe Haruna is still leader. Maybe I wish say maybe Montaka is still chief whip, and now the security is still the deputy leader because maybe my building some relationship with them. So maybe a band of star and Yamide. The way I'm very active, very different from the way another person very active. So it's sometimes normal because the first time in the Fourth Republic, party assessor minority leader. Ebin Sida in the Fourth Republic. Ebin Sida.
Yes, I know ewo. Na yehwe enipa no a ye frɛ no Haruna Idrisu no. Haruna Idrisu were popular. Free the days at the University of Ghana nyina no were popular. Problem a wonyaye with the results with who do ye kwane fast eventually university no edini certificate man no Haruna were popular. Haruna yi ne akoba se etosumpre no enna ne dini mu nti basa eba NDC amanyukum edini kan somewhere January February 2013 and say the then president John Dramani Mahama watch ministerial appointment no wako nanim kakra bi no enipa bi twintonton bomma ese japade tamale ahinkrum owie se na Haruna yema ne post ni bi akowie se de John Dramani Mahama no kwa no ya chichire no edin nsabo na chi se wa ma Haruna bidia na o ma asubwe ma party no ene se ampa no yema Haruna poster eso adwoye enei Haruna kuro ya na mfie nsia a woye kandini edema amanyuku NDC ene mra so bedwafo wachi na atofo se mra na nimu a Haruna ehunti ene yebo ma wo tamale Haruna Ehunti, and Yemoba or Asawase, Haruna Ehunti, and a bear maybe work Canada, or see a Jumakura Wuntimin Kubin and a Bamubu. Haruna no oya wine.
Well, say one can say, okay, say, Haruna is very popular. And they will be very popular, no? Who taking the good decisions, sir? Who be expect to say things like this, but once in a supporters, sympathizers, more it is like as if say emotion. Any say the strategic decision of the party. One party now. You expect that say one case where you want to say, oh, you're very popular, and yet just because of NDC politics, even from the days in the university, our contest for Luke's presidency, our Luke he's very popular. So, why way you want?
Say a year one, what say, and such a strategic. Now, strategic in general secretary, chairman, Johnson Seeding Katiaso Beka, say a year any fengon samu, to forcing, and a kufia mabua, Wabakan say, Wamu Ebebua. Then she say any penumuya and ne ake. Ato forcing, Ufrim Puano, Ufim Manton. Kufia mabua, Ufrim Puano, Atoya Mantem. Govins Abuja, Ufrim Puano, Franeja. Comfort doyo, Ufri Empuano, Ada. Ena Ibrahim Banda, Olusu Suano, Bana, Ediko Bui, Ehodom. Strategy bang, ena eta no say coastal belt of about 91 seats, and NDC targeting for the parliamentary leadership. Now we're targeting 65 seats a northern region. Now we're seeing Ketia and so targeting 119 seats now, and also a warm middle belt. Strategy being a you mean?
Well, Mekai strategy strategy be a kind of them that I implement here.
And then I'm catching for economic and energy related issues. Now, I feel so book of Ampuano for bar, most in country.
And not tell say that one, idea, Edda market, Edda Abonti already. The reasons are Edda Abonti on the next canoe and yet. Obiad say, Kiss a 2%. The skill sets and strength in the area of finance. Or Barbie more on those areas. If you may be successful, Martin, then go for now. It's a lot of us or a ranking to make us there be ranking. No, who knew quite say leader. Leader no.
Jay Busan say a dient na makofa empuano 4 and 9. Every nipa numua every 3 months.
As for the reasons behind that, the car. And I'm giving away our every strategy. And Kimenka, about finance, any energy, and infrastructure of piece of those terrain. It
is your busa say, NDC. I say no. Who person target a year empuano hasaya? The 91 seats and a war haseno. Who person target 91 seats nana.
What I will analyze the reasons for the appointment. The better who the Mumbai they implement strategy the year the who results and everything. They say idea they make yeah.
Na idea ebeboa amanyoko NDC say omo be concentrate at target 91 parliamentary seats e won poano ana.
NDC as a party exists in 275 plus even staff electoral commission for young to and more area creative constituency. So we are going to operate in this 275 plus 1 constituency. Yeah, concentrate. That will be yeah.
Na NDC stronghold obi bɛka ne sɛ ɛyɛ Northern and then the Volta into Wakofa General Secretary every Volta hɔ a ɛyɛ stronghold presumptive ɛyɛ flag bearer ɛyɛ John Dramani Mahama Wakofa no ɛde free the North General Secretary wode free ɛyɛ chairman wode free the Middle Belt ɛna wode naba and now at the parliamentary level of which yɛkeka bɔ mu a ehia mas o numbers a wanya sɛ wobɛyɛ strategic no wanya overwhelming numbers na ama parliamentary seats dodo ama wode akɔ no what target ɛyɛ mpoano hɔ no mu a ububu sa sɛ NDC move beyond almost traditional basis of the North and the Volta region ana
Every party works to add, and that's how a political party exists. Okay, in the last election, you win dinner. The Sakas asked say, okay, no. When cheap, I think that might know. Upper the Intraway. Be so you win in the early days of the Fourth Republic. Say, I saw no is so political parties are the state to work and penetrate in other areas for considered any area. So we are not ruling out a strategy to such opportunity,
to the extent to say Fimfimantum Central Region, 2020 elections. Obi bɛka ne sɛ ɛyɛ MPP for no ɛsɔfa edrubin sɛ wɔn lose several of their seats ɛwɔ Central Region except to say miraculously President of the Republic John Dram Nana Danko Akufo-Addo utimi again more numbers over 500,000 ɛwɔ Central Region ma utimi ɛba abankisiem but in terms of the parliamentary seats no there NPP ɛsɔfa edrubin. And particularly, Jumako Enyan, a Honomo so a Kensato, forcing Ufrino, Omokofa, Pamford, at the nearby. I'm now over 2 elections, now at 2 forcing, not the numbers never down, not the numbers never down. But this time, Omokofa Pamford by no, at 2 forcing a chimu, just the numbers over 14,000, if I'm right. I'm a stress, at 2 forcing, say, or your bien. It isn't a matter of say more targeting in Suano area and for so numbers no particularly our Central Region by making sure say more elevated at forcing now what me I maintaining numbers no because in recent times MPP akwa yinhia mu kese our Central Region omu nyina kwa hwehwe panacea ekwane ombefa so a woni betimi a recover from the drubina omu saka free NDC nsano our Central Region.
Well, many I can say, Honorable Forsen, the performance in the last 3 elections has steadily been increasing from 2012 on your 2%, 2016 about 53, then 2020 a better for so the last 3 elections he's been performing creditably.
In the last 3 elections, first 2, now the majority was reducing. The numbers were reducing.
Well, in terms of percentage, because with numbers reduction, it may as a result of some movement, some shifting. But if we use the percentage, and November with the real performance. So, but we are right in terms of general numbers. We are right in terms of general numbers, but percentage, now it was okay. But that aside, Yema NDC and Saka see the brain, says Yakra about their work, mining. At least before 2020, now MPP empower Monsa and Koshe Nipabotum and Yisika, away and Butumukra and Pampo. At least at that time, they were deceiving ourselves. Oh, my free water. electricity and so on and so forth. In that year, Omudi Omunsa and Omudi Ura Yebutum Eyi and Sika in the name of haircut and others. So the situation today is worse than it was before 2020. So there is no research also. The research says economy now is saying economy now. Omuka say Dr. Baumia, currently the vice president, we speak and your mobile about the survey. Wonderful things. And you know, I'm saying, inflation in almost 60%, deficit ending over double digits. Yeah, debt to GDP ratio over 100%. And no, yes, situation that you won't. And no, and yes, situation now you won't. So the situation today, west. So there is no need to say, Omuka Kushia was central region. I am if you say, Oma mess up economy, Oma say, Oma fire sticker, Edia, Yen Yama, and Pata, and Lutina in the year.
Ura Kofi Adams, and a pay better was it, so what you bre na Wawusubu Kakrami and Huno, Bia, and this Amanyo Mudimani actually. Nyamen kan ho anopai.
That's so many.
Yo, Kofi Adams, a member of parliament for Boom in the Oti region, and na Ote Nene, say Yaneno Akase. Kusudeti, Ghana Muntie, Ejumedi, Ewo, NEAT 100.9 FM. Yebegusu, na the Wakratano, Mansachi Amikwabna Mafu, Ogusu, Ede Abrayen. Kabre, Mitiwe.
Abusiafo teli akai Democrat mwana medaswa ewe na ayesi akai bi ayatan na satan no ay African Nation Championship local Black Stars yetiriba na senti ay Black Stars yetiriba ne se foreign players ni nyina mobi ena mrantie kire se yebo wonum wano ho ba se so mu qualify every baby a wo mu wano a first stage ni senki abemu wo mu $5,000 no wo mu ko second stage ya $10,000 nanki ya diama wonum na no na Ghana deputy sports minister Ivan Sopoku bobi etira se he wana sha mu sa abono say ya bema mu say $5,000 na $10,000 na adamu ye foreign players ya mamu say sika no ya bema mu $3,000 and head coach ni ne benya $6,000 na obi a mumunya foreign players ya local players na munko botan kakra mra mo be person $10,000 say winning bonus then second ye nyama mo ya bama mo $3,000 enti ya no a na tesa mo kura no kakra nkra enti what rasa senior players bi wom awako ebanie ena dan lad ta prayers kura de womu enya womu check kura dada ena nkaefo no nso womu gusu obi ansa beka ne de nkakra nkranti obi ankase ebema $5,000 ne $10,000 sabi yo monya foreign prayers na yasese sika bebrebe nte se e de amamo na the chronic de bokrata yenim ha Wadi ononyamfo inu safuseni infoni abetua en watesa sa tenyisia ndisi amanyoko aye ewo mrasebeta wo ma ya de eno anu no sa pepepe na omu asese no afe geological survey department director baako en ya charge no fraud ndisi amanyoko embransa kra no ba ene de enipa ne bi wo no mu anti wo no mu de enti wetwa wonum mfoni abegu anum sei a watasa supporters ye wo etamale en wo makosai omu regional office wo se ononyamfo Haruna Idrisu ya yeyi nefri wanum se minority leader ne de enye wonum de ndisi amanyoko en wode Owura Johnson si edunkati amfoni abetoa eya asem kro no a James chapter 3 verse 16 For where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there will be disorder and every vile practice there. Wey ɛyɛ Democrat a yɛfrɛ ne sɛ a chronicle. Afei, aberanteɛ baako a wosi aka wɔnim bɔ ɔbɔ paa. Yɛfrɛ no Avantoni, English Premiership no wɔm. Ɛna wɔwura bi kɔdidi n'atam sɛ ɛyɛ racism ya ado bɛgye kodu ɛna wapa kyɛw sɛ ade a wɔde yɛ aberanteɛ no in fact wɔne no ho na wanyɛ ne yie. Na Democrat Daily Dispatch Professor Ransford Jampo ɛna wɔde ne ho asɛm abɛyi wɔkyerɛ sɛ NDC amanyɔkɔ tennis a wɔn ayɛ wɔ parliament no on the ohun say a good. Ato forcing. Wɔnyɛ obi a wɔyɛ nipa foforɔ kora mmra sɛ wɔde fie hɔnom. Wɔtena wɔte adwuma no nso hu sɛ obetumi ayɛ. Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe bɛkasa ɛwɔ Ghana oil and gas industry. Tumedie bi ase. Minority reshuffle no ɛna owura fifi kote ɛkyerɛ sɛ wɔn ɛkɔnsɔto His Excellency John Dramani Mahama Emma ɔno nso ɛde n'adempo ɛde ɛbaayɛ nti obi ka sɛ wɔn ankɔnsɔto no a na nipa korɔ no ebia wɔnim neɛ ɔɔka afei Ghana Air Force ɛna wɔn ahɔna nkɔfoɔ bi yi wɔn kyerɛ sɛ a wing commander retired Andy Mensah wɔyɛ adeɛ paa nti ɔsɛ abasobɔdeɛ sɛ so wɔn bɔ n'aba so adwuma a wɔbɛyɛ no wɔkyerɛ ne bɔbrɛ paa no nti ɛna wɔn de abasobɔdeɛ kɛseɛ sɛ ɛde ma no sɛ adwuma a wɔbɛyɛ yɛ ɛde ma Ghana Armed Forces no wɔangu ne ho anim ase. The Democrat Daily Dispatch anim ha nso wɔde His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmood Bawumia wɔde ne mfoni abɛto anim sɛ wɔadresse kama wɔahyɛ suit abɔ tie wo sɛ wɔyɛ krakye nipa ɛna wɔhyɛ ne space no na nipa a wɔkasa fa no ho deɛ ɛyɛ owura ma kesibe yɛboa ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ His Excellency the Vice President sɛ wɔnya akwanya no so wɔbɛyɛ president a ɔbɛyɛ president a wɔtam soronko koraa edutem ɔbɛperform wankasa na woyɛ vice president a utumi no ate sɛ deɛ atetere wo nsa gu akyire woka wɔpaa wɔfa wɔpɛnso a wɔmfa sɛ wodi advice ba na so wɔde bɛyɛ adwuma a ɛgyina wɔno ano so enti woyɛ vice president a wobrɛ paa wotumi ne yɛ ketewa bi ɛno ho bie ɛna wɔtie but wo ne papa ne kasa na wohyɛ ideas atene ɛne tirimu pɛ wɔ ne tirimu a wonu sɛ yes wɔyɛ obi a wɔwɔ nimdeɛ ɛwɔ amamuo mu enti so wɔnya akwanya na so wɔbɛyɛ president a Bawumia will be a good president. As a vice, he is not really in charge. Orama Kesibe Yabua, and what they are saying at Tuja, the Democrat heading was some a day abba. Now, the Democrat time a day at Wasibio, I dear friend say inside. Ora Samuel Okute a blackwa, and Walker say, what as a national cathedral no. Workers were the moon send be a saba beto abontia, and probia de sabaguni theatre. Say, eh, National Cathedral pa ye uradia sorry dimpo, and uncle for bocroni say, Yanyam sumponie, and ya casia ya cromford ya, and cabaha yain. Ya quacosia uradia sorry daya, ya the chronobo, and esas ye, and to a touch or catch walk of femin some be about betuja, a betty and some. Owura Alan Kojo Tremantinton, wɔyɛ daate yine. Kane no wɔyɛ Minister for Trade and Industry. Ɛno kasa deɛ ɔde ne dibra to wɔnom, mpanin sɛ wohyɛ nsubura sentɛm a no w'ani yɛ kɔkɔɔ, enti wɔpɛ so wɔkɔgyina no wɔtu frankaa, ɛde ma dan kwabuzi adɔmɔ tradition. Wɔkyɛ sɛ afuo deɛ wodɔ, na sɛ Awurade ahumu a, wobɛkɔ na akyere bi ne apɛmmira gye afuo no afa, enti wɔto nsa frɛ Awurade asɔfoɔ kukudam sɛ, Omumabo mpaye mano na wonhyɛ ne tumadi ase ampa odonfo odom yene a kwasiada ebe Accra International Conference Center Accra International Conference Center wɔto nsa frɛ Awurade asɔfoɔ Kristofoɔ wɔ Ghana hanom nyinaa sɛ mo nyinaa mo ne ne nkɔtɔnhyia na mommɔ mpaeɛ amfa nna Awurade ase sɛ tuma a wɔhyɛ aseɛ nie Awurade no ankasa ni n'anim kan na wɔne ne nkɔ no wɔne ne mmra asomdiem enti monhyɛ no nsuo kwasi ada ɛbɔ awiabere no mmienu kan no wahyɛ w'ataadeɛ fitaa no wafa hanky na obiara de n'ani ade akyerɛ Accra International Conference Center yɛkɔ akɔyi Awurade ayɛ ne yɛata Awurade ase
kwabra edikwasi ada ɛna ɛyɛ saa dwumadie no ɛkɔ soɔ so yɛ so tum sɛ activities no ɛdɔɔso so no activities no dɔɔso sɛ kwasi ada no International Conference Center na itimi fa nipa 1,200 you can imagine as me besi wo
obeba mum
nkrofo beba na chese akwakwada aseja asofo no a na no mu hye o moving pick no sɛ asofo no mpanifo no ene baaye nti we afa na asofo no mo ne omo nsofo nkuma ene omo church members no bi eba ansana eye ono so na dofo MPP fo no so ewo mu enti eye major program a chese wokoye na de kyen ya asoso no na o Kumasi ahinkuro mu a eno so okọ niwura ho eye Asante Kotoko hene na semu a egu akwan mu edom a agitwi akohia no Kumasi airport na magigi na baaba na womode no akọ eye Kotoko hene ho na wetimi akọ na niwura officially wakọ na odi akoto nanum esinani suo na eye party no so empanimfo wo Asante wuntimi nko region bi enkase wobetimi akoye bibia abra woni eye regional eye executives intimi enhyiaye ensign regional executive committee ensusu enhyiaye na fe straight away ode akọ eye Heroes Park ewo Kumasi Sports Stadium frontage ho na jese no an send the tete eni soroku muni yo no ka kire wo say medamase ite enwuma wo mo bebo no Heroes Park eni
Catch it, listen in here, and you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Asew, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hye afibia nso beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia asew wudan kawanu tumu ho me be mo anu nsu ohye kwa de aka ho wo hade wapi ho o ka se batete edafo mo this way chocolate drink
kra cha be pe baba ware yi
asew
ye fi ase this way chocolate drink ye sori anopa no ne ye nom ye bi hye fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne ye nom ana this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwehwe se adwodie nkratoe mo agye atum se eye
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Neat FM Neo. Neat FM Neo. Utie oha echi ponkno. Neat FM.
Right, Ugusu 80 neat 100.9 FM. Ghana Munti Jumadi ena yede Bremo. Ugusu Democrat na hodo and say Abramafo ede Breyen. Afi no interview so to aso. Na Udwa Brantie Ebu Backman ono so no ebeba. Ma yeni enkomo ekakre. Na the insight the Obokrata ena ose National Cathedral, Okujeto Ablakwa says project will cost Ghanaians $1 billion. Honorable Member of Parliament for North Tongue, Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. Other day, good morning.
Morning, Master Cabra.
Na ohumpo etiseng.
Yamiado, yeah. Pachona where.
Yes, so Unyami Adum, when he be any Yaquim.
The Danyamiasi, my main Mao and a tier for official. I'm saying a freeway. Yankasa, this is my first interview. We need my main Mao be official.
Yeah, so agile. So I think na emisaya ho nkudrum pompon so a Rebecca Safedi Ukujeto Ablakwa abaye majority leader and minority leader. Na nipa ewoton ene vedomefo no ene awonofo no no mo bomma right National Cathedral asemi said the akoye Okujeto Ablakwa ne 40 die na ama sa project no waje aginem ama in certain quarters kra you describe say oye antichrist.
Yo, Bedase. It kind. As I said, it did to just what Parliament obia any interest, obia any specialization. Yeah, opposite to me, not year because there are so many roles for parliament from lawmaking, going through the various bills and it be specialized in the provisions, the clauses, the renditions, and the formulated laws. No? It be so specialized in due diligence, the number of investigations, the number of documents by Sana Omobeko behind the scenes from 1 year of Wajima. It be so specialized in proofreading various documents about right from votes and proceedings to the hands are going through making sure corrections are effective and we have a true and accurate record of the House. It be so specialized in making statements on the floor. It be specialized in debate. It be so specialized in protecting the public purse, making sure Parliament as a body responsible for controlling the public purse. Answer the executive arm, utilizing a SICANO. The legislative arm will carry out its constitutional mandate in a very, very effective way. And I be so specializing in almost community work. Which has some MPs, they excel when it comes to advancing the cause of their constituents within the constituencies. Into Usha Ejuma constitution BIAMAH as members of parliament. Rules endorse as I say encourage that kind of specialization. Now Usha Ejuma Maya a track record so far. Obehu said about matters relating to due diligence, investigations, protecting the public purse, making sure you bring value for money. May caucus amame that role main focus in that area. Until Tifo Bekaya, there have been many instances. OSHA presidential charter jet say, Miana, me yes, the as I said, President Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, presidential jet President John Ajikun Kufuor Odaye, Bibia Enye jet, wa abandoned jet or charter, the most expensive chartered jet at 20,000 euros an hour. Enya dia air protected the public purse. Enya dia air boy, and consistently I led that campaign. The caucus Emma Misajiman said, main track it, na me making sure the president will, as it were, change course and put a stop to that profligacy. And me and yes, Sajiman. Ubeka is time foreign ministry, Omukwakoto, a new chancery, a diplomatic building, our Oslo. Me and me secure documents. I discover quotation price building. It was a rip-off. It should not be more than because Dipana just less than 3 years prior or building 2.4 million and I'll be super $3.5 million. Yeah, from 3.5 now you got $12.2 million. A beco sukrana the estimation the year investment may call Norway or any real estate developers a Kasaya or Muka say it should not go beyond $5 million. Now so Ghana was going to pay $12.2 million. My yes I due diligence now Anko Norway or Oslo or Anko year investigations and to me and secure all the necessary documents and stop pay that transaction. We will have wasted taxpayers' funds. We were able to stop that transaction. Property now subsequently was just around $5 million. We arithmetic now, yeah, to me, I see of mine with more than $7 million. And as I said, T4, a Juma Bay on the National Cathedral is just being consistent, following that tradition of making sure that the legislative arm will carry out its work. That is our constitutional mandate. OSHA, the whole principle of checks and balances, parliamentary oversight. That's what it is. A buying a project, a buying a expenditure, as I said, Parliament to me and making sure that Ghana is getting value for money. Ghana is not being shortchanged. It is not just a fixation on National Cathedral. It be a person or more to say, oh, see a sorry that no. In Tiana or yes, a Debbie, I've been doing this due diligence.
Afema yemre ni yemhwe se. Sa National Cathedral die. Efri hini e ne ba ya e ma fedie wadwuma a wo yi. E ko si National Cathedral ensenseme so.
Perfect. Eddie kind, my main fun to just say, Samuel Kujato Ablakwa, Menya pagan, Menya atheist, Menya Sambalat, Tobias, demon, Antichrist, all those names that have been ascribed to me. The name that's why is Samuel. Samuel is a Christian name. Been changing thing and been departing from my beliefs in Christianity. You decided you see a cathedral, Edema Nyamea. In principle, no, I would not be opposed to that as a Christian. Who share the biblical story of Sambalat and Tobias, they were opposed to the principle, that is the purpose, building a temple. Menkada said we shouldn't do anything to glorify God. The American said the process, the way we are going about it, OSHA project where right from the inception, the conceptualization, no credit guided process. Project way. The first time the T was President Nana Adodanko Akufo-Addo, or say, why a personal pledge to Nyankopon? The Nyankopon F1, that's a big Kunima, Obesi Cathedral, at the for year, sometimes giving offering of a sort. And the Okase a personal project. That was the announcement. Yenyana as politicians, even as Christians, when we are going into elections, we make personal pledges. We have personal pledge. Personal pledge, I just say, a new manifesto, and then who pay taxes every year. It's a personal pledge. It's the one I will be redeeming personally. My last prime minister, my personal pledge to God was that Nyame Obuami Nase Medin Konema, Meko Bato Catholic Hospital. Obia or one admission or Metia the medical bills. And I went to do it. Immediately, the same day I woke, Manko Fred Deva, and Kasa, oh, North Tong, Nananom, Munyana, the whole community, Mumbua, Mumbra, Namumbuame, collections, and yen levy obia. I didn't do that because me a personal pledge, no. They were not a man consortium. And some of that personal pledge. It's personal pledge. Would you to just say a year personal pledge? Wouldn't the Christian community every year without taxes? Ubekaya, even eminent clergy put their reputations on the line. Who call online? You see a TFO to be a Google. You see Archbishop Duncan Williams assuring the nation there after Mushia president project when they are not going to use taxes. You see Reverend Joyce I online. We could go to see our home. We don't need Ghanaian taxes for this project. It's a private pledge. We are using private contributions. We are using private donations. Minia James Kwabna Bonfe, Ubekaya, or also called Supreme Court, or Supreme Court, you have to stop this project because it will open the floodgate. You see, National Cathedral with taxes. The Muslim also, sorry, that I say, yes, we have taxes. We see National Mosque at Maya. What would the state do? The traditionally, so, sorry, that I say, you see National Shrine, because we will be opening the floodgate. In that case, at the Supreme Court, the James Kwabena Bonfair case, Attorney General, the response, which is page 41 of the statement of defense, okay, say, James Kwabena Bonfair is wrong. He's misleading the court. Abai Sita and project nemo. Yeah, Abai just providing land as I say. That's all. There will be no use of taxes. That was the basis that the Supreme Court then dismissed James Kwabena Bonfair's case. And our Supreme Court said, oh, James Kwabena Bonfair, Ukrawanya research, you have been alarmist. Who can judgment now? They said, oh, there's no basis for you to have those fears that the floodgates will be opened into just let this matter rest. Now, last year, March, after all of these assurances, the clergy, the judiciary, the apex court of the land, to the Ghanaian people, and may intercept it, unknown to us, totally unknown to us. No? And when I say us, all Ghanaians, and particularly members of parliament, then finance minister or transfer hundreds of millions of Ghana cedis. Documents are intercepted here. First one was 25 million. Second one, 142 million. Third one, 32 million to the architect David Ajayi. It became clear, sir, project a more assurances, sir, and yet a bicycle and a yedibesi. More Supreme Court, more share the clergy among these assurances. More catch your Ghana for say your taxes will be intact. In Parliament, you have not provided any specific request for parliamentary approval of any specified sum of money. It's Ebane saying, Namuya, all these withdrawals. I was shocked. And on the MAAME who said, this project, Ushasika Bunga, finance minister, or withdraw unconstitutionally, because without parliamentary approval, will be a need to be or mind to withdraw funds, state funds, and utilize it for any project whatsoever. You cannot. Thanks to the vote of Central Committee, Bisana said, withdrawals now, why at least interception. At the time, now you intercepted documents, warrants of payment that amount to about 200 million Ghana cedis. And we wanted to know what is the total unconstitutional withdrawal. On responding, it became evident that withdrawals, it is now 339 million Ghana cedis. Can you believe that? 339 million Ghana cedis.
And you call it unconstitutional withdrawal?
Yes, unconstitutional. Because the Constitution of Ghana is very clear that there cannot be any withdrawal. Ubekaya, during the vote of Central Committee, he tried to hide under the contingency vote, or you see contingency. And he cited Black Stars. You see, Black Stars expenditure, that can fall under contingency because Black Stars qualifiers Obia name say qualify for a tournament or not. Even when they have qualified for the tournament, Obia to me predict Bibia Omobe drew in the tournament. Is it group stage? Is it second round, quarter final, semi-final, final? And no, you can do a guesstimate and then put something in the contingency for that. that clearly is contingency because want to me unpredictable. It's unforeseen. Contingency no bibia wonya sure bibia name say emergency be something that you have not accounted for.
Fast forward
but
MSC ISR appreciate. Now what may establish it clearly as say we nyuma bebre. The nyuma bebre now you know. Yes wa sheda what time will be and be our targeted the cathedral. Now oko cathedral ni mu no. Ye behwehwe say baby a legitimately reasonably would ye bekwa koduru. Wa me hunu say executive secretary to the board no Reverend Victor Kusibuatin onukuru ya so yesa frɛ no Abnadu Jamfi edin mi nu nyina no ese akɔ official records mu edin mi nu ese GRA tax identification numbers say nipa ba akofo no ne maame no mu mienu ya ata ene Jamfu a Agnes ata ene ye Jamfu a say nipa ba akono na wakwa se oso opa bosia e de ma cathedral no GNS talent ye de 3.5 million bi ye crèche for so de o ma supply ye tissue papers afiso o ma bobosia 2.6 written sikam ni nyina na ya asem a ye a matter of record wodi kokopie mu ewo ye shraj wo expectation and the benefit to the citizens anything.
Yo, member Shraj in a minute. Obama me just a few seconds.
Okay.
To yourself. The other concerns were the approach, the model President or choose here for this project. Sir, obey demolishing existing projects to pave way for the construction of this National Cathedral. In the process, no, President, that decision, because who should that Bishop that was Mills in the resignation letter, National Cathedral Secretary are responding. Omoka said, President taking that decision on the location, because Bishop Dak Eka said they did not agree to the location. And I agree with the bishops there. We could have opted for an unencumbered land, Ibia, Asasia, Ibia in Niso. Look at Accra. We have many prominent locations there. I mean, very available land which we could have used. They say this modular here up here that the president opted for are causing massive financial loss. You are demolishing scholarship secretariat, as I say, you see for. You are demolishing passport office, as I say, you see for. You are demolishing Judicial Training Institute, as I say, you see for. The whole Chief Justice proposal, watch or he have $50 million. You are demolishing the judges' bungalow. Judges, no, they have to be relocated. You are hundreds of thousands of dollars in rent. And say millions of Ghana cedis to relocate the judges, to build new buildings for them. You are demolishing the Malian ambassador's residence. As they say, no. Afrina yet Chiasikawa Airport Residential to relocate the Malian ambassador. That is just for the land. You basically a dying Amman. Can you imagine all this cost? And Comsys IT firm, you demolish here. Almost full compensation. Then there's another private developer, Waterstone Realty. Now they own an apartment complex. You demolishing that apartment complex. Nipa 180. Now Ghana for they say unemployed. This company has now gone to the High Court for judgment debt. They have not been compensated. Usha current exchange rate is now around 200 million Ghana cedis. What they are demanding. India and America said when you put all of this incidental costs and we factor all the exclusions in the contract, Yene Ribade JV and David Ajaimo assigning up, the actual cost of this project is in excess of $1 billion. $1 billion.
Yes, including unintended costs.
Exactly. I mean, is this what we should be doing now? Was this the best model? Was this the best approach? That is another issue. Major issue. Major concern we have. Good. It is Shraj, no? Osha MAAME case. Samukuja to a black against Jacob Bilante, and this is more than 10 years ago. Again, to make the point, and then may raise the issues of conflict of interest, protecting the public best. In that case, no, the Supreme Court really clearly said about conflict of interest. That is the forum. That's where there is jurisdiction. Into Makoshraj on a clear conflict of interest matter. OSHA documents National Cathedral Secretariat, the bar Parliament, when they were coming for the 80 million CD budget allocation, when they were coming for approval. You catch almost 339 million now more receiving. You per breakdown of utilization, because that's what Parliament does. Uber Parliament for approval. First of all, Parliament, FSA, TRCSA, the Kana Yadimao earlier, why utilize it? And you've utilized it well, properly. You have not, as it were, diverted it. Into this almost a breakdown buyer and on the buyer. The breakdown, a strange description, sir. JNS Talent Center Limited, or more contractors mobilization of 2.6 billion.
It is a way you are moving to establish a possible conflict of interest.
Exactly, possible conflict of interest, because investigations now, above the Tojo clearly said, Reverend Kusi Boateng, Secretary to the Board of Trustees, company with JNS company, Nedia, because though he's at the board as Reverend Kusi Boateng, Onoana or director of this company with the name Kwabena Edujimfi must secure documents, the passport, the driving license, and a Ghana card. And I who said this is a dual identity. Obia, what should
but clear would you agree to honorable member? Would you agree to suggestions? Say somebody being a director of a company may not necessarily be the owner of the company to the extent to say you were a shareholding formula no, and you were a directors, and then the act prescribes the role of a director or the duties of a director. So a director may not necessarily be a shareholder. Have you established, say, Kwabena Edujimfi, not only so a director, name or a majority shareholder, our GNS Talent Center?
Yeah, brilliant question. Ma establish Ninyana. Indeed, incorporation instruments are ma secure no. A clear say or a director and or a shareholder. So it's a company no Nedia. And indeed, even the ADB account details I may work on all running BBR. I have all of that. I know on authority say and the company.
Now we go back to baby. I would different say observe abnormal figures be time documents about Parliament.
Exactly. Because OSHA that 2.6 million now almost my JNS for contractors mobilization. The only contractor working on this project, Ribade JV, that is in terms of the fiscal construction. Ribade JV is a consortium of 3 Italian firms, Rizzani di Eka, Babisotti, and Desimone. Omuna Omakabom are created a joint venture called Ribade. It's me who JNS in addition to Ribade, JNS also are receiving contractors mobilization. I said, this is strange. What is happening here? Because there is no contract. And when you go to all the supporting documents now, any agreement, any contract, there's nothing.
It's not just a payment to JNS, no narrative. Yes. Say a contractors mobilization.
Exactly, contractors mobilization. And Mika said, this is strange because JNS, are they contractors? How are they associated to this project? It's a secure incorporation instrument. And I mean, who said JNS, they were established to do what they themselves describe as skills and talent development.
Main object of incorporation, you know.
Exactly. Skills and talent development. It's omunye contractors, omunye engineers, omunye architects. I got even more curious. And I make us say, let me dig deeper. How did this company get here? In digging deeper, number who said there are 3 directors. First 2, no, Johannes Eshen and Sheila Eshen. They are a couple, married.
You presume you presume they are a couple, but you can't tell for a fact.
Oh, I checked. My friend Omokra. I did my background check. Yeah, my friend, Madam Sheila Eshen, on the phone, and I
Mrs. Sheila Eshen.
Mrs. Sheila Eshen. Yes. Thank you. And me who further said they are also branch pastors. Johannes Eshen, a branch pastor in the Power Chapel Worldwide. What Dowina, where they call the Bethel Arena. Misuma, Mitipra, they went to even fellowship there for some time and all of that. To be sure that what I am discovering is authentic, is accurate. And me who said, so far, no, Johannes Eshen, Sheila Eshen, linked to Reverend Kusib Watson's Power Chapel. So I was seeing some kind of secondary conflict of interest, and it was looking more interesting. However, Pabne Dujenfi, Nami footprint so far elusive, evasive, mystery figure. Let me dig deeper. Let me find out who this Pabne Dujenfi is. How come he doesn't appear anywhere? In digging deeper, no, and I mean who said, bombshell. This is even more direct than I thought.
Drama.
Not knowing. No, it's a fact. Not knowing. Pabna Educhemfi. Onwane Reverend Dr. Kusibwati. Who share the passport or the register company, no? The picture. Who share the other documents that may secure subsequently, which include his diplomatic passport. And it's very, 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 very strange.
And it says a documentation in support of the registration of DNS Assembly working.
Exactly.
And such documentation is the same. And when we look at the documentation in support of the registration of the National Cathedral.
Yes, it is. I also did that. In securing the incorporation document for JNS. I also then went to secure the incorporation document of the National Cathedral. And I mean, who said, all supply documents to the Secretariat to register the National Cathedral of Ghana. He submitted separate documents, that is his driving license, which has the name Victor Kusibwati, with a different date of birth. The ECOFO and he said, if you look at all the documents that I have accessed, when he is Pabna Edujemfi, or what different date of birth, which is 30th December 1969, with a different kin and a different mother, or say when he is Pabna Edujemfi. But when he is Victor Kusibwati, the kin is different. The date of birth, 7 September 1971, 2 years later, 2 years apart. And or a different mother called Agnes Atta. Very, very strange.
We are still looking for possible conflict of interest you are asking Shraj to pronounce on. So lead us to that conflict of interest,
Fantastic. This is the conflict of interest. You are serving on the board of the National Cathedral of Ghana. You are a secretary, a member of the board of trustees. And you are authorizing payment for contractors' mobilization. Already, there's no contract, there's no agreement. And that payment 2.6 million is paid to a company, JNS, that you own. We are director, we are shareholder. That is clear conflict of interest. I have no doubt in my mind about that.
Okay.
And what makes this worse, this whole transaction, there is no board minute, there is no board resolution. I've done my check. Prominent board members, Akasa. There was at no point did they discuss this transaction. In Tiana, there are no supporting documents.
Okay, now, so tell us, honorable member.
No board resolution.
Tell us, honorable member.
This claim, sir, Busiana, he gave a loan to National Cathedral, Omuachi, no Munisika, and Oka, sir, Obebo, from Onwa Nisika. That is an afterthought, which has gone very bad.
Okay, it is my young say. Tell us in brief. Bank accounts or bank statement entry of a debit of 3.5 a credit of 3.5 million cedis, and then later a debit of 2.6 million cedis. Dear Nanim Faho.
Yo, the meaning to say, based on further investigations, HSF, JNS Company Limited, Omo BA, Omo ADB account on the 21st of February 2021. Throughout the period from February to August 23rd, there was no money in the account. Omo running account, 00000. No for March, April, May, June, July. Until 23rd August, and a control accountant general, Etia Omoka 3.5 million. I have all of those documents. Now, further investigations at my HSA, that 3.5 million or more secure a COVID contract. Until COVID sikana e buy, almost so any 3.5 million, say, almost supply tissue papers for the Ministry of Health. Until that 3.5 million I hit your more account. It was that COVID contract on Munyaya. It is interesting that company which was registered for skills and talent development is now also qualified to supply tissue paper. But that's it. That's by the way. Now, 3.5 million, you see it hit the account on the 23rd of August when you study the JNS bank statement. And 27th of August, you study bank statement now, you see 2.6 million out of that account. And then when you also study the National Cathedral bank statement, very interesting observations. National Cathedral claiming during this period between 20th August to 27th August, you see they had 6 million cedis sitting in the account.
Okay,
they claim sir. Now money.
In 79 seconds, this is what Reverend Kusibuate is telling Ukujeto Ablakwa. Let's hear him in 79 seconds what he is telling you. Mami Musu Namisamra what should he's telling you, right? And we need to find out in 79 seconds what he's telling you. Reverend Kusi Watting. Now, yes, sir. DNA Wovo. Right. In fact, technical working around the clock. But we will come back to that response supposedly or dema. But then young tries a bit to me a question we are no say a dear any reasonable expectation say a bit free shraj abba now of what benefit to citizens.
reasonable expectation me work yes Shraj Nijuma professionally, and we'll all get to the bottom of this matter. I'm also expecting during the investigations, we will get a better understanding. Argentina, what
ladies and gentlemen, when you
a second personality, or what different little birth, different thing, different mothers, and all of that. Shraj should help us to understand exactly what was the modus operandi, why was there the need for this dual personality, and then at the end of the day, protecting the public purse. If there has to be retrieval, if it is clear that it has not been refunded to the state now, Shraj should make recommendations. Now, to me, and don't forget, there's also the 3.5 million. I'm sure Shraj will look into that as well. Sasika bind the man, because clearly, contrary to the initial claims that Reverend Kusipa did us a favor on one sika or the man cathedral secretary. It's clear now, say 3.5 million now one account, and yeah, on one sika now a buying sika COVID sika, and the man.
Okay. And besides,
we have to get to the bottom of all of
it. Getting to the bottom of all that, is it your only hope, say Shraj will look at the conflict of interest, or would you consider proprietary in asking a Yoko to come in, or the Criminal Investigations Department of the Ghana Police Service to also come in?
Must consider all of those angles, all of those options. But not me per se Shraj for Ayo because my lawyers advise there have been times that Shraj has declined jurisdiction because there are multiple bodies investigating the matter. Recently, Shraj for they denied some people and said they won't look into their matter because other agencies that are because of that, you're strategic. Now you're trying Shraj on the conflict of interest.
Okay.
Shraj for area, then we can look at all the other criminal aspects emerging on this matter, and then we can pursue.
You look at possible breaches of the criminal code, not local criminal aspect, as if one were defined as a definitive to be a criminal.
Like possible now alleged criminal.
Exactly, breaches of the criminal code.
Exactly.
Okay, it's a quick one now. 79 seconds. Let's hear what Reverend Kusibuatin tells Okujo to Ablakwa, and let's hear your response, Darren. It's here.
After you have 1 hour of conversation with them, everything goes out of you. They talk about this one, they talk about this one, they talk about this one, they talk about this one. Don't waste your energy. And when a person says he hates you, when he see blue, he will call it see blue. When he see red, he will call it purple. When he sees white, he will call it cream. Ladies and gentlemen, when you go on the internet and people are insulting your father, instead of you to respond to them, promote your father on your page. It is better to promote than to defend. Let them kill themselves, but you just do your right thing. Don't allow yourself to be wounded. Because church, we are growing, and if I'm advancing and expanding and you have chosen to fight me, it is between you and God. And you want me to justify what you do. The moment you also do what they are doing, you justify what they did against you. What I'm saying is that when you hear them talking negative about you and somebody asks you, how do you think about her? Say, oh, she used to be my friend. She's a very good person. Full stop.
Right. These are the faithful words of Reverend Victor Kusibuati, Honorable Member for North Tongue, Samuel Uku Jetu Ablakwa. Who will be bigger?
Definitely. Eddie Kine, the Juma Mayor, they have a constitutional mandate. In time, I don't hit anybody. Sebi, may start investigations with on JNS Talent Center Limited. Me who said, Yama Omo Ghana Sika 2.6 million Ghana cities. May start investigations. Now, my name said, Mekwaku, Director, be a friend of Kwabna Edu Jenfi. Now, my name said, Kwabna Edu Jenfi. Oh, yes, Reverend Minister. And now, oh, yeah, Dakabre. And now, Abakan and Oyagojo Youngson. I mean, I had no idea. Intermediate, the Juma and a mayor. And every single thing I have said on this matter, may were documents, may were ID, whether a passport, diplomatic passport, driving license, Ghana card, may were may try and throw one among the documents, a break of parliament on this payment of JNS. One catcher yourself, 1 month, ALS, contractors mobilization of 2.6 million. As a member of parliament, I would not have taken this matter up. And all of us as a people, there have been times that you're criticizing your parliament. Say, what were they doing? Were they sleeping on the job? Ubekaya, a CNTCI loan, $300 million under President before. Later, it emerged that the address was a hairdressing salon. Remember the criticism that parliament, the executive came under. Say, yeah, due diligence.
Same way Woyomi was paid 51 million.
Woyomi, exactly. Woyomi, so we were criticized. Where were these people? Our parliament, our institutions. I mean, how do you allow one man to dribble all of you? Even recently, Ubekaya, when we got into this economic crisis, some people say, blame the minority too. They have been approving all these loans. As they say, to me, will become a debt-distressed nation. We had to even defend ourselves. Say, we spoke against it. We raised it in the debate, but we didn't have the numbers. 7th Parliament, we didn't have the numbers. But some people will still not hear, saying, we could have done more to prevent this. We have to decide what kind of parliament do we want? What kind of MPs do we want? Do we want MPs who will do their due diligence, do their work efficiently, without fear or favor, be professional? And now say, we want a parliament where they will just sleep on the job, they won't carry out their oversight, they will not be diligent, and then so many of these scandals of the past, CNTCI, and all of these other matters that have happened, do we want that? So we have to decide as a people. Media, I am not bearing grudge, bearing malice towards anybody. Me who red and I'm say blue, and I me who black and I'm say white. Assembling in our media to journal is there for everybody to see. I have reference documents, I have the evidence, I have facts, and I will be there. Now we need that this will get to the doorstep of anybody. Media, human and a mayor before God and man. And I'll conclude with Ephesians chapter 5, verse 11. What Paul told Ephesians, that when you see wrongdoing, don't partake in it. Expose it. As Christians, that is our calling. The dark works of people. When you see it, when you come across it, expose it. That is what Ephesians 5:11 says.
It is Ephesians 5:11 na wukutua udru office so a na wakwa be the Ghanaian Constitution Article 41 from A to F. Na the no at another time that we talk na wakadi achireme. Atu ye member of parliament for North Tongue nti mepe bato ni nyina ewo constituency Juapong ni nyina ho. And you would agree say enipa free mepe bato Juapong ebesne eko eye yeji Kwame Danso ejiji nti we are very young, very vibrant MP. One would have thought say ibisi o my we mususu a okuji to so na notuma eboa. On Monday, January 23, the Ghana News Agency reports say Sene East District Police Command, that is KGG, obi a woni mo no utwam Kumasi Asante Mampong Adwira Atebu. Before you get to Yejino, you do a right, and then Ubakwa to Kwame Danso, head that to the river, and Abakwa to KGG. Na enkwada mako eduno 20 school children. Womo ekotena boat mu. Ede free atiga gome. Ede akọ Wayokope District Assembly Primary School. Anopa 7 a.m. and kwada 20 no. Emu eye 8 pass on the canoe. Omun etimi e capsize nipa 8 ena ewuye nkwada 8 a ewuye. Den kwada 8 na ewuye no. Baako 9 years. Baako 7 years. Baako 6 years. Baako 9 years. Baako 8 years. Baako 11 years. Baako 6 years. Ena baako 8 years. Na assembly esi ewo Ghana ha sei. Ena honorable member yetimi tena ha sei edidie enom abra sa assembly sei no enye national disaster. What do you make of it?
Minia, it's a very tragic development. Very, very tragic. Now, we name all those areas very, very well. Then I will carry the consequence, the brave once the town for no, because they are very good at fishing. The beer, we have river and water bodies. 8 country no. Ube hu town for but for member for until a type for a year and change November last year me call for a year for some of my constituents. Until this is really heartbreaking. Now in this modern era now, it's not excusable that there will be any river transport without the appropriate safety gear. The life jacket and sana or mobile crossing. That is, if even they have to be crossing every day to school. How much is a schooler, basic schooler, to make ANC or communities, maybe or more, to avoid this risky ferrying across the river twice a day or more on the ponds or more a buffet? I mean, these are the things we should prioritize and to save like. And you are right, sir. A matter like this, no mention and declare national disaster, no national day of mourning, then it will just pass. And the SSA, the institutional reforms, because this year, or say, if they can provide even teachers, or extra teachers, and he has been applying for it for years, but the Ministry of Education and more teachers so that the children can just stay where they are and study. You see, these are the things, as I say, you prioritize basic things to save lives. These 8 children, nobody knows their potential, how they will have come to help transform our country. And yes, let's put ourselves in the shoes of their parents. Omawufu, Ankayawuba. I mean, just they have done no wrong. Omoko school. They just want to have education. And education, under Article 25 of our Constitution, is a right. It's not a privilege. And something that is a right, we must make it available, accessible. The Constitution talks about FQ. How can we implement FQ if the schools are not available in good proximity? They don't have teachers. And there's almost crossing river, almost crossing Krana. How much now is life jacket? Uba me Hosea, I thought life jackets for all the crossing points. And I always insist that wear them before you embark, before you cross the Volta River. It's just disheartening. And honestly, as I said, I commend you for raising this matter. We have to trigger a national discussion and get the authority via reform, the political leadership from DCs, regional ministers, all the way. The Minister of Education, the Ministry of the Interior, who should make sure, sir, even in terms of the security, it was even unacceptable, sir. More than 20 people will be allowed to board a small boat. There was bound to be disaster. It just so many aspects of your society are which is dysfunctional, that we need to address. It's really, really heartbreaking. Yeah. It's so unfortunate, but they are so rest in peace. And we should not let it be. It's really, really should trigger reform. No crossing the life jacket. There should be limits of even how many people can get on the boat. And let's use modern ferries. We have to decommission a lot of these old canoes. Then kids of a certain age, it's not safe for them to be crossing unaccompanied and all of that, even to be crossing. Young established schools where they are, so they can go to school. How much? We share projects that to make your mind with. We share other even interventions in the education sector. We are not talking about even buying tablets for all secondary school students. Can't we go to the basics and address some of these things? And then we look at some of the very, if you like, fanciful projects that you're embarking on. And this should be a wake-up call and breaking your conscience. Now, let's rearrange our priorities in this country.
It's follow up, you what people like you that they work as a break your conscience, what we can do to protect children, because the Children's Act, the welfare of the child is paramount to all. Now, you know what you want. It's a quick one. Ceciano, petition in support of Haruna, reversal of changes, or petition in support of Kesel Ato Wilson to assume the reins of the leadership of the minority. Would you know?
Yo, Metasi, who study all those petitions now? Who say me ding and come, me ding and feature in any of those petitions? My view, and it's let's not do anything about escalating tension. I am peace. It's a family affair. Yanka Bom, party leadership, Omumbe Shiayan, no more explaining what was the reason, what are the considerations. And then going forward, I believe in system codification. And we codify clearly how these things should be done. And then we all know, if you go to other jurisdictions, House of Congress, or more codified processes throughout the decades and centuries, and it's tried and tested. It doesn't give room for ABR suspicion, say, people are abusing the process and all of that. And to me, I am for uniting the caucus. I'm not signing any of those things. I am for peace. Let's come together and let's put in place systems that they are lasting, so that should be A and a B or C. Everybody will rally. We know that this is a fair process that has been established, and nobody, if you like, feels they are witch hunted and unfairly treated. Into media, I'm just in the middle, urging calm, urging peace. Yenshia is a family affair. Now you resolve it, because we share the challenges now in the country. Look at what we just discussed. If Parliament resumes, we should quickly organize ourselves, put out a statement, go there, go and see what is happening with water, lake transport, and all of that. Share domestic debt exchange program, AKWAFO. What is our position in Parliament? How are we going to do? What measures will we put in place? How do we hold the finance minister and government accountable so that they leave out domestic bondholders and protect these vulnerable pensioners, senior citizens on life savings are addressed? Share COVID-19, Auditor General's report. There's so many issues. Share this National Cathedral matter. There's so many issues. That's what we should focus on. And I know I've seen a lot of messages from Ghanaians that Modi is to see a cost anytime the government has their serious issues to be dealt with, the NDC has a way of stealing the spotlight. hurts. It hurts. And people are looking up to us. There shouldn't be any time for internal bickering. And if
100.9.
I just hope that immediately we'll resolve these things and then focus on the national issue, align with the Ghanaian people and help rescue them. Those are the things that should matter to us in the caucus.
Right. Honorable Member of Parliament for North Tongue, Samuel Uku Jetu Ablakwa. Yadawase for spending 58 minutes with us this morning on NEAT 100.9 FM.
Yo, Mr. Midasi, I'm sure I'm
Mr. Midasi, I'm sure
Catch it, listen in here, and you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Twem so betumi a. Asew, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku potomanto. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibia nso beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew, we den kan no ntumu ho. Me be mo anu nso wo hye kwa de aka ho. Wo hwade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete eda fom wo. This way chocolate drink.
Kra cha bepe baba aware yi.
Asew.
Ye fi ase this way chocolate drink sorry anopa no ne yenom ye bi hwe fridge nom no se snack ye nya hoho a no ne de serve wo mo ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a this way chocolate drink ne yenom and this way no ti ano a he se kire wom koko wom brick wom bibia wom ade wo hia ne so se
this way chocolate drink
de wo hia ani so se
FDA ahwe se adwodie nkrato mo agye atom se eye
cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
NEAT 100.9 FM Suni. Na ene Thursday, January 26, 2023. And time just about gone 2 minutes past 9. In the studios, Ura Ebo Backman, a resident of Cape Coast. Now, and Wababestai is a political strategist. And then no maminu and a opese oshe ede MIA. A MPP. A nipa wani yeti se akwanya eba wani bekwa kopre a black bearership nibi ubia na assessment of ubia the original so ede be na dwuma. Besides a nipa assessment obeye no obesan so ahwe baako ono ode ne plan aba alankojo chiamatene ebeka say the great transformational plan GTP na just a local brand GTP no kra no asase abobe ewo fomo ansa and it that plan no and oka 7 enablers. And now he will put it as the considerations, key considerations. Into 7 enablers, no. പക്ഷേ nothing no 10. No mako 10. Or say it provided the brief synopsis of the great transformational plan. Into 1 brief analysis of Ubia assessment. Na Oshewia, I feel about in detail. the 7 and the great transformational plan, the 7 enablers, and the 10 key synopsis of the whole plan. Ebo Backman, yamu atenase.
Munia, mejodo.
Yamu akwaba ensoso.
Mejodo pa.
Na osabere makwi sata, ho te san.
Onu ye. Grandma hinu ye papa.
Grandma hinu ye. Right, that's good. That's good. Yes, we are wasi aboni bi anim. Na enche bia the former trade minister Alan Chamatini for year a address to the nation at the plan, the great transformational plan or the buy. Then I said, Drew baby on mana yaya give me a chemical. Then share at the end in detail. And then we'll be looking to go through the plan with you. Then we'll views on areas be. And then also, nipa do one enya kwenya se MPP fo bie ebo adoma ombe pese ombe ko flabership no assessment of them yes say bitimi enya bibi meaningful. But before then any to flu odwa ebra betina eye Great Accra na hard builders real estate omo won sase papa a chese chopoli anase ningu anase pram anase shy hills omotons asia a year 100 by 70 na a year by installment udi over a period etimi etu asase nika na ombetimi assist okura ama wetimi ayeden esidano. What they do is that udi beka routine the Fridays and Saturdays ubeko site wo omo abe facilitate bako site. So you can imagine ubeka che oyire ni uma on a Saturday morning they should put on their jeans and then their canvas and then Lacoste with a baseball cap and then mobile for Munsuka picnic now mobile site as I see a year hard builders real estate at the MAAME. It helps. Helps. It note this number. Say as I say, let me make us a kwenya ohonomi 0241 665200 0241 665200 and 020593 244322 0593 244322. Hard Builders Real Estate. They are the future planners. And I'm going to buy. Papa, what did I say? I'm here. Who comes to mind? The MPP flag bearership race. Who are touting, soliciting for the initial support. Winning more.
Yeah, Royal Chairman.
On top of your mind, when anything when
yeah, Namati, the vice president is so our interest. Oh yeah, Ura in Japan. So we show interest. I know what start we declare what start now. Now, men who be bought to be so, oh yeah, Ura of Japan.
Abneji.
On a billboard is what town. Now, a Greek minister. Yeah, Ra or 12 free year. So, by expressing
Usu a free
year. The extent there now, so Nancy was in a Nijumeza to form when you're Utuma in a campaign. Apart from that, you know, matter so there, oh yeah, Ura, watch a Jacon.
Orino.
Yes. And so, interesting the one. Then, I die Ura there anymore. Yes. And also, was a time being whom so ne Barnaby, baby. Then I've also seen Yogati.
Oh,
Mama Nyankopa. where Jogate so to me who the posters for BNB or baby social media and or other places. No so children no so or damn interest.
So the numbers are growing. When the numbers are 8.
The numbers are growing and we are seeing but there. To my do and say be my dropper. And as you be my back the moment these are the names are about out. And there was this one, this young man, I've forgotten his name. He is also no, he is also yeah, I think so. Yes, Kojo Poku, yeah. I've also seen this one as well. Yeah, and those who pushing. So it will be interesting. Yeah, we are looking forward to it.
So, what do we look for in them?
As a political party, so you need to look at them from two perspectives. From the perspective of the party and also of the nation. Of the party, you look out for somebody who can be a good president. So you say, okay, anyone who is contesting, you can't be, excuse my language, dumb and say that I want to be president. At least you should have some level of understanding of issues. Then the most important point I've always made is that your competence, and the next question we ask is that you party for no say a cotton Ghana for our because competence alone doesn't win power. Because you can be competent, but you are not marketable. There are two different issues.
Yes, you are looking at the voter psychology.
Yes. So said, okay, all of them, and to be frank with you, all those who have come up to contest, if you look at their CVs, they are all smart guys. But beyond them, we need to look at whether say in there cotton na Ghana for you know gum there cotton na Ghana for butumo ashwe bibi wono ho na waka there the minimum pays amamom chamonto mamba MPP bio emom onam the minimum po nyina abenti oto aba MPP. That is what is important to us because we can't rule. I've always said that you can't manage the country from opposition. You can help to manage it, but if you want to manage the country, you have to first win power. And you don't just win power, you win power by going to an election. And going to an election, the kind of candidate I ever select to lead the party is very important. Because
it's a marketplace vis-a-vis enipa ya abubo omudino. Se okotono. The marketplace etisay ana etimi aboa ama udi obia said the nature of the market city intino. Odi ne kwa because ansa na odi manchi ebeko paid gwemu. Right?
Yeah.
Na odi say paid for no tato banchi pa.
Yes.
Yes, share the marketplace.
Yes.
What obtains in the marketplace? The voter psychology. What appears to be in the minds of the ordinary Ghanaian voter.
Yeah. Before I answer a question, I may establish some 4 important points. I call it the 4 fact pillar. 4 fact pillar. Or 4 fact pillars for politics. And I want to establish that so that may discussion I want everybody who is listening to me, a MPP in a series, these facts you can't do without them in politics. You can't wish them away. 1, it's a fact. First pillar, it's a fact that politics is a game of strategy. It's a fact. You can't do politics without having a strategy. Inti the politics are. You need to understand that you are in a competition with someone or against someone. Then you ask yourself, per the nature of the market now you operate within, and per the nature of the competition on the market, you look at your close competitor. And I say, oh, the minimum pay now, as I'm a cotton no so turn the similar thing. Okay, Missidana the Mokoton Mazina in terms of strategy, no. Motum Mayama, Mazim Dukogoma, what Tomazi, and one tonezi. That is very important. So the strategy, your strategy must be based on two important things.
Iti wako usu night market.
Yes.
Oko peshitolo.
Yeah.
Bekwe a man bears insia. Omunyina shitolo.
Yes.
Iti what attracts you to
buy one particular person? Yes. So the person would have to have a strategy. Obo putting on ahead of all those there. So that he do what? Ono no zinebu. But you have to make
ono no die na be.
Yeah.
And
ono no zinebu.
Ono di na obeto.
But you have to make
baako you do wa na me maka twi say etisen. No no so de nkran yi ma no.
Yeah.
And baako me ka twi a no so de twi yi ma no.
Yes, Ochelo, that person is being strategic because you are one of his or hers. Until that means okay, no.
Me ka twi a no so ka twi. Baako so de me ka twi a no aka nkran.
Yes. My ka twi or ka twi no, Opodo on you establish some relationship so that you can always come to her to buy. Until or a game of strategy. You don't just do it. The nature of the market should help you to determine the kind of strategy to use. And also, the nature of the competition on the market. Who is your main competitor? Honestly, should help you to know the strategy. And also, you look at the previous, for example, in politics, you look at the previous elections, the results in Obey, you look at the data and you analyze it and say, no, based on the data we have, if you approach this election with this strategy, and so one, politics is a game of strategy. If you put strategy aside and you want to use emotions, you want to use maybe sikasam, if you over satisfy one personal interest, you end up losing it. It means if you have put the strategy aside, what you are doing is nothing strategy.
So politics is
a game of strategy. Number two, politics is a game of numbers. This one, too, is a fact that it's a game of numbers. Why is it a game of numbers? So what to about? Pata onya abanododo kaseno, I don't know win elections. Because what one kade, oh, party obono was I compare ne vote onye last year and this year. What obono was in the power? But the question is that wasn't a boy, or may we need election nana.
And this is for the kaka crabby, Omu, as Ninya just said,
Omu, okay, 2008. Yeah, cross first round, you know, 49.3 or so.
Yeah.
And so we were close to win power because we didn't have the numbers. To add on to the I think for 40,000 or so numbers, few numbers. Yeah, them numbers until we lost the game. So it's a game of numbers. Until whenever you are making a decision, the question you need to ask yourself in there, decision you may make it, and Obama numbers to me na on your game you favor somebody for the sake of it. On your game to satisfy somebody's particular interest. On your game and your numbers to mean. So decision be able to take and so me take decision here about numbers na on numbers. That is the most important thing. So even if I don't like you, Adakabre, and I know that if I send you to this place, you are the person who can give me the numbers. Other than Monyoko, because I want power, and power comes by numbers. Even though I don't like you, but I know that I will say Monyoko go na Mokoton wa. I will not go
the permanent interest.
So there's a collective interest, which is the party's interest. Oh no, said yes. Then one na say you Koton will go man. Oh yeah, Ghana fo. Oboto me enya abanododo na ezabefie. On your second pillar. The third pillar is that politics is a game of comparative advantage. Comparative advantage. Maka comparative advantage. Mama chrange there. Say I will take decision of politics ma. you want to know whether the decision will give you an advantage over your opponent. And also, say it take decision now. Who opponent be to me advantage wawodo? Because or a game of advantage because be someone there. Me opponent, he is going to bring this particular candidate. This particular candidate is coming from this particular region. He belongs to this particular community in the country. Okay. So, some me in there say, no more opponent way the moon yimpano, no cotton no. Even yimpan as a millionaire. One. Obama advantage baby ofi. The community all belong in the country. Number ni you do azihun. The most training la and the millionaire Obama advantage over the opponent. And also, ibi ine we no that your opponent rather has advantage over you. And when I be your sermon, so you also consider when you are taking a decision that politics is a game of comparative advantage. Therefore, take decisions that will give you advantage over your opponent, not the other way around. The third pillar. The fourth pillar is that politics is a game of words. Or a game of words. Or a game obi bo onhu wanyim na wato aba. Odobutu mwate wonze because of social media no metena ha. Nyanyi pa nyina na onhu wanyim, but nkofo fat menze. Wona what menze wodo so wona onhu wanyim. Nti because I am speaking words. Now, if my words are convincing, they will understand and believe me. If my words are not convincing, they will reject my words. What is important is that the area politics, let's say, aka sembi before. Asamanu wankoye. Eguduru kasa, na rekan sembi, na asamanu su onkoye. And let's say, ochidempo ebaka sembi na so onkoye ya. Those words can be used against you in politics. What you have said in the past, maybe certain promises, maybe certain statements out of anger. Those statements, mpanyinfo there, tenyimpo humpa, ne techrema ompro. Onye de ne techrema ode ne no ompro, ne mom na asama waka ato no ompopada. So even when you are dead, your words can be used. People can still make reference to your words. Then the words can be used against you. But one thing about words, there, if it is somebody's words that is being used against you, another person's words can save you. For example, somebody is just accusing you. Somebody can come to your aid and defend you. But if it is your own words that is drowning you, that is killing you, no other words can save you. Because then people quote your words to the social media. They will play your video of the things you said. So who am I to say that what you said, you didn't mean it? Because the thing is self-explanatory. So politics is a game of words. So these four pillars, then you build a superstructure on these four pillars, which is power. So the foundation on which, or the pillars on which you can win power, that is the superstructure, is to accept the fact that politics is a game of strategy, so you go by it. It's a game of numbers, you think about it and take decisions on the basis of that. It's a game of comparative advantage. You ask what is going to give me advantage over my opponent, not the other way around. Then you also say politics is a game of words. And no more game of words, one more example. Let me give you an example. There was an election. The election was between Poladum Watchery, which is Metro TV Poladum Watchery. Now, Emmanuel J. Thompson.
Agenda nyame.
Yes.
Paul Michiao.
Yeah. Them could be in the local elections. In fact, it was a serious contest between them. Now, before the elections, Paul was leading. In fact, I was supporting J. Thompson. But in there, we didn't have the strength. Because posters in as you call a photocopy the Poladum colored posters. photocopy. As a from campus, J. Thompson. Paul was way ahead. He was winning. Then, at one of our town hall meetings, Paul made a statement. Paul wanted to that time. Paul Nonye, I think Joy FM was so huge. So Paul, I mean, so he wanted to make a point there on Bambaye student leader, which is Nook's president. Now on the student Wonsika because he's not an ordinary student. Paul meant good. What Paul said wasn't bad. Paul meant good there. Okay, I remember Mbediska because me a Juma, but one can say yay politically because he said me ordinary student talking to a population ordinary student no others. So we being the supporters and campaign managers of J. Thompson took that phrase from Paul that us on here ordinary students. Oh, ordinary students. And that was the end of Paul. In fact, that was the end of, and Paul lost the election miserably because of that particular statement. And I'm saying that you can't make statements and think that in politics it doesn't matter. Whatever statement you have made in the past, whatever statement you are making today, and whatever statement you make tomorrow can easily be used against you. So people must be careful. So when you are selecting a candidate, for example, you need to consider all these things. Because your words can be negative and positive. Somebody can make a statement, and after making that statement, a lot of people will drift to the person and vote for the person. Somebody can also make a statement. After that statement, people will run away.
As a repellent.
Yes. And so that is very important. So I'm saying that these 4 facts, pillars, if you have them in place, then you can think of power. That means you are not doing things anyhow. You are being strategic. You are thinking about numbers. You are thinking of having advantage for your competitor. And you are thinking of also winning, winning power, which is the superstructure. And so that is what I want to establish. Every conversation must be informed by these facts. Other than that, you'll be making a great mistake as a political party. Then, in relation to this, on issue of, because I've established advantage and strategy and all that. Recently, one MPB, I think, or a former attorney general, a deputy attorney general, or a former MP, the name Penka, something like that. Yes, that honorable man made a statement. And when I read the statement, I asked myself, what? And then he just said it out of emotions. Because you don't speak like
he must have been misquoted.
Yeah, probably. But the statement was that if MPP chooses Dr. Bawumia, it will be a great opportunity to kill the account tag. It will be a great opportunity to kill the account tag. So, as a strategist and an analyst, when I heard that, I asked myself, is MPP in power to kill or to win? If MPP is in power to kill a particular tag, then we should choose any candidate we want who is not an account, just to kill the account tag. But if MPP is in power to win, such statements shouldn't be made. Then let me tell you why. I'll tell you something and give you figures, and it will blow your mind. I've said it here time and again that the day MPP will kill the account tag, that will be the end of MPP. Because the day MPP will kill, because they want to kill a tag. And I'm saying that yes, if you kill it, you have killed MPP. And this is, I'm telling you the reason why. In the last election, NDC won 9 regions out of the 16 regions, NDC won 9 regions. NPP won 7 regions. And so, let's look at regions are MPP when we need or 7 no, and the figures they had, and see whether it is reasonable to kill the account tag or unreasonable. Adekabre, NDC won the 9 regions. I want to be sure them I get them right. They won one stronghold water region, Oti region, Bono East, Western North. They won Upper East, Upper West. They won Savannah, and they won Northern region. They won Greater Accra, and I've mentioned 8 or 9, and and they I think they won 9 regions. MPP won 7 regions. So it will shock you there. Even though NDC won 9 and MPP won 7, no, MPP had the numbers to win the elections. And the reason was that they won the election because of the account regions. Yes, because after last election now, numbers are here. The numbers will not deceive anyone. The numbers are here. After last election, sir, MPP won in Ashanti region. The 7 regions, you know, Ashanti region was the first region. MPP won with a difference of 1,142,675. 1,142,675. That is the figure MPP had in Akan region. The 7 regions. The second region is Eastern region, which is also an Akan region. MPP had a vote of 281,062. Look at the figures. 281,062. The third one was Ahafo region, a very small region. MPP won with a difference of 29,099. 29,099. Central region, which is also an Akan region. MPP won with a difference of 74,975. The next one is Western region, Akan region. MPP won 41,175. Then Bono region, MPP won with 89,275. Now, the 7th region MPP won. All the 6 I've mentioned, the Akan region, I said they won 7. The 7th one was Northeast. Vice President, the region, Northeast. MPP won with a difference of 10,436. A whole regional, the party won with 10,000. That is where the Vice President was coming from. So, if you want to kill the Akan tag, then what are you doing to the party? Because since 92, people, when they grow up, people have some perception that this is our party. This is my party. Then you want to kill something that has been giving this party advantage over the NDC. So the issue of comparative advantage comes here. Because we've had advantage in these regions over the years because of the fact that people feel this is our party, and so they vote for us. So why do you want to kill this advantage? Because you only kill what is negative. Please, Adakabre, is there anything negative about the figures I've given you? So why do you kill it? Why don't you maximize it rather? Why don't you do something about it so that your numbers in these regions will rather increase? Because if your numbers in this region increase, you can win the election again. So why do you throw this away and bring something to experiment with something that will not work anyway? So that is the point I want to make in relation to the issue of advantage, comparative advantage. So when you are taking a decision, ask yourself, when people are talking about killing the account tag, the question you need to ask yourself, whether after killing it, MPP can still win power. And if you ask my candid opinion, per the data, per the record, since 92, it will not be good for the party because the strength of the party now is not even good at all for you to begin to think of doing something like that. Because at the moment, MPP some years back, in terms of strength, it's not the same. MPP is not the same like some years back. So you don't worsen the situation for the party by taking certain decisions that will not help the party. So Adakabre, that is the point I wanted to make in relation to issue of having a comparative advantage over your opponent. That statement by that honorable member, for me, Wankoye.
A figure of speech.
Wankoye.
Yani Ebo Barton, Ebo Backman, and Echwechun Komo Hasi, or a writer, political strategist, and analysis editor. It established 4 pillars: a game of strategy, game of numbers, game of comparative advantage, and then game of words. Now, in assessing MPP prospective candidacy, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Alakabre. See, so these are the facts. So this form the pillars on which we can build our superstructure. Then I've always said this election, it is different from the national elections. A party can decide there. For example, what is happening in NDC? Let's say we need to get. Let me tell you, and let me chip in this before I even answer your question. People might, you see, if we're a strategist, and you look at what NDC is doing, you need to understand what they are doing. The next election, the battleground will be Central Region and Western Region.
The mystery region.
Yes, we have 2 regions. We call one the mystery region and the magic region. Ashanti region is the magic region, and the Central Region is the mystery region. The next election, the battlegrounds will be Central Region, Western Region, and Ashanti Region. We'll be and check them as NDC for being smart. Being smart. Atufosen from Central Region. And a very respectable person in Central Region. Atufosen over the years. We gain certain AO. So they've chosen Atufosen. Kofi Western Region. They've chosen him. This is not just for what you see, people must be smart. When your opponent is thinking, you need to think faster and smarter. So what they are doing is that they are preparing the grounds for the battle. They are preparing the grounds for the battle. Why? Do you know why? For me, as a strategist, do you know why they removed Haruna? They have candidates will come from the north. Mahama will come from the north. So the northern factor is secured. Do you understand what I'm saying? So they don't need a northern factor, the Haruna northern factor again, because the candidate himself will come from that part of the country. So they need to satisfy other regions.
Rope them in.
Yes. So it's a strategy. That's what I'm saying. It's a game of strategy. So that is what they are thinking. If you are smart, a smart politician, you can read through it. So they are thinking the way that will help them to win power. You should also be thinking, knowing what they are thinking, you need also be thinking smarter in such a way that you'll be able to have advantage over them. Because Central Region is going to be a battleground. Western Region. So, for example, all those who are contesting, the question is that, when they get to the battle of Central Region and Western Region and Ashanti Region, we won't be found wanting.
If these are 3 regions.
Yes, very important. Because NDC will prepare one for that. We should also prepare ourselves for that. Now, come to your question. I've always said it there. Say yet to national elections, Abana, the party can decide there on our internal issues. So the party can decide and even campaign on the basis of that. The young party or your national party. Nti yapade yen executive na be you want to know or reflect the national nature of the party. Nti yapade national chairman Ofi Bono. Ni secretary, Ofi Ashanti. Maybe another one, Ofi Northern region. Another one, Ofi Central region. That one, the party can, because of your internal party arrangement, that can be made. When we elect those national executives, sir, I've always said that that is the end of that election. All they do is to go to the office and begin to work for the party. Now, when you elect a presidential candidate as internal issuer, it doesn't end there. When you then have to package the person and go and sell him on the market. A cotton and Ghana for that one to a man. No. It's not there. The most mosi ofiha into yen. The most mosi on the mazi into yen. No. So the question is that if you want to know one origine, nimpa, or what the capacity, or what the advantage to give us the numbers are, you need to consider the nature of the market. Because Adakabre, Ghana ha obiantum, and I say it without a because I'm speaking from a strategic point of view. I'm not speaking from religious or ethnic point of view. I am speaking as a politician from a strategic point of view. The point is that Ghana political market now, a candidate, this is the nature of the market. First, the market is extremely competitive. And it's going to be overly competitive in 2024. So the first thing you need to know is that the market is overly competitive. Since 92, MPP has won 4 elections, NDC has won 4 elections. So the market by nature is competitive. So you don't take decision lightly. You need to consider that. 2, the market is dominated by youth. The youth dominate Ghana political market. The youth are the majority community in Ghana. You need to take that. In terms of gender, in terms of demographics, the youth are in majority. And that one, a political party planning to win an election, you can't ignore that. The major problem facing this country now is youth unemployment. So it means the youth are going to have super interest in the next election as to who becomes the next president. Because on the issue of bread and butter, the president, and so the youth will check whether the person has some track record in terms of employment creation. The person have the capacity and ability to create more jobs, sir. Once you be it is not. I've always said that when you are voting for a party, it's not like supporting Chelsea or Arsenal. When Arsenal wins, apart from the overnight excitement, you don't get anything from it. If in Chobe you don't get anything from it. But when you vote somebody to lead a country, if the person leads the country well, you benefit directly. If the person doesn't lead the country well, you also suffer. So on the issue of bread and butter, so the youth will check out. They will look out for and our track record be because in painful cost of a etama na ebisenizin. So people not no track record no betre. Have you done it before? And do you have the capacity to do it? That is important. So the first point, track. Yes. So the first point is that the market is dominated by the youth. So your candidate must appeal to the youth in terms of job creation first and foremost. 2, the market is dominated by women. Ghana population, women are 50.7. So in Ghana, per the last census, Mr. Afon also Ghana. So the question you need to ask yourself is that Mr. Afon wo gom won. Obagina bamba na wato. That is the most important to know. So the woman will look out for certain qualities in the man and his capabilities. Because whether the person is the person humble, is the person true to his words? Because as a Mr. Afon paying deception. It's oboshe there say nipakono to catch out there suamazi is it to have magic? Let's say odudu one say wanja and next time nipakon catch out there suamazi obejineza na. So the woman will look out for one na so oba Ghana so oba one who gwa Mr. Afon odoso. So they will ask one na so oba ma igozi Ghana. Another important point, you can't ignore it. The third one is a point I've already mentioned, is that Ghana population, almost half, you account for. And over the years, it's been proven that the MPP strength is the Akan region, particularly Ashanti region. Because in the last election, Ashanti region alone stood against all the 9 regions NDC won. Ashanti region alone. So your fear should be, hey, some lose Ashanti voter. That should be your fear. Hey, some lose Akan voter. That should be your fear. So when you are choosing a candidate, you ask yourself, if you compare 2016 and 2020, in terms of percentage, MPP when I was in Ashanti region, AKWAFO. In other words, NDC did well in 2020 than 2016 in Ashanti region. Because they always target, if they can get 30% of Ashanti region vote, they are gone. You also target 80% every election. So the question you ask yourself that all those contesting, one necessarily enough, aim of getting the 80% in the Ashanti region, only very, very important. Because if you don't do that, what it means is that you are likely to lose your Ashanti region vote. And if you lose Ashanti region vote and other Akan votes, I've given you the figures already. You are going to opposition. I mean, there's no two ways about that. So you ask yourself, no so any of these account regions, you can easily connect. You gave an example that you a padakoto nkradakon wosu. Na ekwe Mr. Afon oto na azo odoso. Na so moto nkradakon. Na ekro kade oh, mo obi wa ha o. Mensenkran, ntimu ntum nkankran mo obi wa ha nkran. But also na ipakuka there, mo obi wa ha no, your attention will go to the person first because wa kaka sana communicate. And language is important. The fluency of it is important. Let me give you another example. I told you, I've said this here before. The Krobai election was for me now. And I've always said this, and I'll keep saying it because I want people to understand the issues. The Krobai elections, the one in charge of operation was Mr. Peter McMenu. He was the chairman of the party then. Now, was it data brand or your past election records? On there, certain polling stations, electoral areas, MPP, and more wasn't cry. In fact, there were some places there were 5 polling station executives. Yet, what were in 5 for that polling station? So it means there were serious problems. So when he was going through that, he detected there those places, go mwofu mfantefu no ugo. Even though we were in Ashanti region, those places were dominated by Fantis. So what he did was that he called me. He said, Bokman, brah, offer Hackman. Hackman was then MP for Gomoa West. Offer Hackman. Offer him Penifubika home. No, okay, and there. You call those particular polling stations now are dominated by Fantis, So, Oma Ashanti MPs, young ones, Enin, the guy who is now Deputy Minister for Lands, Deputy Minister for Lands, all those guys. No, when you call that particular place, so that we can connect with the Fantis in the area. That is exactly what we did. Those who spoke, they spoke less. I mean, on your Hackman. No, because Joe Hackman. So we were speaking the fancy language, and they were coming in their numbers. Because if they use Akasem, they were coming in their numbers. We were able to speak to them, convince them. In that election, we won in all those areas. We had never won in those areas before. I'm saying that there's connection in language. When people feel that you are like him, you are one of
a mellow.
Yes.
When you are able to talk to them.
Yes. So you don't take these things away, especially when those people are those who are having the numbers that can help you to win election. You connect easily to get the numbers. That's why I'm saying that the way we are doing, if you don't take time, we will throw our advantage away, and the end will not be good for the party. And the last one, which I believe we should, Ghana population, according to statistics, almost 72% are Christians. I'm talking about the market too. That's what I'm saying. I'm not being religious. So that somebody will say I'm a religious bigot. I'm not being tribalistic. Somebody will say I'm a tribal bigot. I'm being strategic. I'm a strategist. And I'm saying that you are going to sell a candidate in a market. And that market, almost 72%, a huge number like that, belong to one particular community, which is the Christian community. So your candidate, and the worst of it is that your opponent is also choosing the candidate from that particular community. That is the worst of it. If your opponent is choosing a candidate from other community, other than that particular community, then you can also say that, okay, let me also, even though if you choose it from there, you get advantage, maybe you want to satisfy somebody. You say, okay, let me also choose from another place. But here you are, your opponent, who is going to be automatically John Mahama, he is going to be their candidate. There's no two ways about that. He is from that particular community. And you are choosing a candidate. And you don't want to consider that. And you think you can pick a candidate and then force the people or force the people. It's not going to work like that. So the point is that you consider the nature of the market before you choose your candidate. You consider the nature of the competition, the type of competitor you have, before you choose your candidate. And that is why I've been asking this question, and nobody has gotten it wrong ever since I started asking this question. Adakabre, when I meet people, I ask them simple question. I say, I tell them, there's going to be a hunting competition in a forest dominated by monkeys. So in that forest, 72%, metaphorically, 72% are monkeys. What's this competition? The rules are that you don't shoot, you don't use gun. All that is available to you is apple and banana. Choose apple or banana, enter into that forest, and get me more monkeys. Your opponent has chosen banana, knowing that monkeys like banana. So your opponent has chosen banana. You have apple and banana in front of you. You hear two voices. One says, choose banana like your opponent. One says, no. Prove a point, choose apple, and prove a point that you can use apple to catch monkey. So you are confused. The question you need to ask MPP for you there, between banana that NDC has chosen already and apple, which one will you choose? So that your opponent will not have advantage over you when you enter the forest. Because per the competition, the rules of the competition, whoever gets more monkeys will win power. And that is the question, and nobody seems to have gotten it wrong. Even maybe saying, I also pick banana. And I'm saying that is how we can understand the issues. That's why I break it down with these examples. We can understand the issues. Adakabre, if you permit me, I will now come to what Honorable Trade Minister did. Addressing. I've heard a lot of things people have said on social media, posted on social media. I've read a lot. Once again, when I saw NDC's changes, as a strategist, I saw what they were trying to do, and I've told you here.
Enipa 5, on bench,
Yeah.
5, they move 4 from the coastal area.
Yes, so that's where the battleground will be. The politics is a game of strategy.
Minority leader from the central region.
Yeah.
Deputy minority leader from the western region.
Yeah.
Chief whip from the Volta region.
Yes.
Deputy chief whip from Greater Accra.
Yes.
So it is only Ahmed Ibrahim, who is from Banda.
Yeah. You see, the speaker and their candidate from the north, so they don't have no problem. You see, this is strategy. Now, as a strategist, when Honorable Alan Chamatin gave his address, you know what I said to myself?
Yes.
I said, MPP people should be grateful. They should stand up and applaud him. Do you know why?
Tell us.
You see, with what is happening in Ghana now, all that John Mahama needs to do is to say the things Alan said. That is all. With what is happening, I'm speaking as I've been very objective here. With what is happening in Ghana, all that Mahama needed to do to win power was to come to say that when I come, I will read the side of my government. But that's what Ghanaians are crying for. Go read on social media, listen to people. People are crying for downsizing of government. So anybody who speaks that language will win the heart of Ghanaians. And Mahama was going to say it anyway. Now Alan has said it. So the issue is no more about downsizing.
That's what my indication.
Yes, because if somebody say I will downsize, you two say you are going to downsize. So it's no more an issue.
Copy.
Yes. All that Mahama needed to say is to talk about arrogance of power. Because Ghanaians are complaining about that. So Alan has now come to occupy that gap. You see strategy? That's what I'm saying. People who don't understand may have problem. But if you are a strategist, you applaud and say, this man is smart. Because now he has occupied a space Mahama would have occupied. So the issue is no more about when I come, I will reduce the size of government. When I come, I will fight corruption. When I come, I will do this. Because now, even with that one, people will tend to believe Alan's words more than Mahama. Because Mahama has been president before, and you know what happened in Ghana. We knew the size of his government. So, and we knew issue of corruption was there. So, what I'm saying is that Alan coming fresh, and because of Alan Ankasa, his nature, and wherever he has worked, no single corruption issue has been raised against him. And so when he speaks that I'm going to fight corruption, people will believe him. When he says, if I come, I will reduce the size of my government, people will believe him because his words, normally, whatever he says, but whatever he says, he does it. So you see that in terms of strategy, Alan has silenced Mahama on those issues. Now, come and tell Ghanaians the vision you have for Ghana, not to just win power by saying that I will reduce the size of my government. I will fight corruption. There won't be any arrogance of power in my government. Those issues, that is what I'm saying. If you're an NPP person, you applaud Alan for doing that because the next NPP government cannot swallow hook, line, and sinker what is happening in this government and say that I'm going to do the same thing and win power. It's not possible. Ghanaians must know that, yes, even though you are coming as an NPP person, you are coming to do something different. And who should say it? Anyone who wants to lead Ghana must say that. So the man didn't do any wrong for saying that. And he said, yes, I agree, we've laid a good foundation, but there were things we could have done differently. That is the game changer. Because if you say, whatever you have done is okay, then don't forget about the next election because Ghanaians are not happy with what is happening. So if you are a strategist and analyst, good one, objective one, you applaud the man and say, the man has saved the party seriously. And people don't understand, say, he's attacking his own government. No! You need to understand it from strategic point of view. And if you do that, objectively, you applaud him.
Just say, occupy space, be a opposition, intimate, and
occupy. It's a strategy. The moment I heard him, I said, no, this man is smart. Because me, that's what I do in politics. I look out for what, like things like that. When NDC people change their leadership, I saw the motive. When Alan made that address, I saw the motive. I said, oh, this man is smart. Now, the issue is no more reducing the size of government to win power. The issue is telling Ghanaians vision. So he went ahead and gave his vision for the country, the GTP. Yeah. So Mahama should come and also give his vision for Ghana. So it is not about being emotional now. Emotional issues have been dealt with. Now, issue of bread and butter, the vision you have. I have said this, that Mahama ruled Ghana for a period. If you ask me about his clear vision for Ghana, I can't tell you. Or one thing that he put his mind on, seriously, I can't tell you. So, and even as he wants to come again, he has not espoused any vision. No. And country is built with visions. It is not playing on emotions of people. It's the vision you have, the plan you have. Because you need to plan well and you need to execute your plan. That's what develops a nation. I've said that Ghana's problem is not partisanship, but leadership. It is not which party can make Ghana good. It is which leader can make Ghana good. I was speaking to a taxi driver. And he said
2 minutes.
Yes, taxi driver. He was condemning MPP. He said, MPP there, we should script, they shouldn't come again. I said, why? He said, look at what they are doing. And I said, okay, which, in this republic, which of the president, which of them is your best president? And he said, Ejekum Kufuor. I said, but is he MPP or NDC? Then he said, MPP. But he said MPP should be, so the issue is not the party. It's about those who are handling things. For example, the finance minister issue. So these are the issues MPP people must boldly address. If we really want to win power, it is not issue of, let's not be emotional about it. Let's be objective about it. Let's say things. Let's go with Ghanaians in terms of what they want the government to do. At this time, you don't do what you like. You do what the voters like or asking you to do. Because at the end of the day, power will go back to them. We have to go to them for the power. And the question will be, did you respect their views? Did you respect their suggestions? And whether you did or you didn't, it will determine whether they will vote for you or they will not vote for you.
Right. Ebo Bakman, Ugwe, and Ofi, Noah Bagoon.
We put him a Jagana for Asem Kra.
Pejayan.
In better what you know. You know, I like using this to explain things. You pay bien gina wonyum. Ekose mo komaba. Ekose mo komo mbebi o. You pay bien hwan na boss man.
Pebien.
We gina wonyum.
We gina wonyum.
Yes. Ekose mo komaba. Ekose mo komo mbebi o. You pay bien hwan na boss man.
Ekro possible 8 years. Ekro Okoda. Now we
and see, it's only another argument. Only another argument that is we are going to make.
Write about it first.
Yeah, okay, I'll write about it.
I would want to read it rather than hearing it. So,
yes.
Ekro also Orikono Aba.
No.
And Ekro say
mo come maybe you. One boss man.
He said a great expectation.
Yeah.
No going to baby.
And also on baby. I catch on baby you. And also come baby you. Of course it's mo come aba. But a small core. More yazemo.
The Ghana for a person mo suma. Ubi se bra never sumye. The kwayadi we fabre. And about cause you mate. Me kwa na me ye mamwa. 4 years time mesamba. And when your chance busam say adia ka se fabre na way.
And you told us about as I'm small na e so only.
I say
na ma hwede as in na ezaba
and na ezaba.
Then I can consider to send you again. Yeah.
Across so say wow what I say me kwa me
baby you.
Enti say nye.
Yeah.
Omonyo.
Nti onu ya say me ti Ghana funde.
Right. Your papa Betty Ehunkomo. He's a great guy. He writes very well. He thinks deeply. Ebo Backman. Omogwa Ochirade Esoso Ewo Ghana National College. At that time no. Na me bay. Fen Magash. Macmitch. Magash. It's your papa. Keep listening to Neat 100.9 FM. Matching you, my dear baby, the bedroom. And I can bring my mood was your man. Menam BBD, age my dear home, Echiamin. And you got your damn to see about train. And every year so able to dom. Na technical production there. Abna, Brema, a bankrupt. I say, Mara, Michi, a fact. She doesn't say much. Same as Nana Yasafo. But also so able to Chidoma. Also one Gaza. That's a great team. Education Neat 100.9 FM. Now, challenge DJ Bosco is a great guy. But it's a look at Palangua Niemson. I can't go if you that much again. Where much money we can gain. La lava nyemi. My polishing gun. No more. What's just